We are live. At least we should be. I can see myself. Can I hear myself? Can I hear myself? Nice. All right. Everything looks good. Let's plug a message over on Discord. We're live right now, ahead of schedule. Yeah, we don't need to post that. There we go. All right. Yeah, we're rolling. Recording's going. We had a little bit of a short stream yesterday. Sorry about that. Had to cut things off a little earlier than I would have liked to, but we should be back today, full steam ahead. Flurp, offline follow. Flurp, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Recognize Flurp from Retro MMO stream. So if Flurp makes an appearance later, be sure to thank them in person. That is over the chat. All right, well, stuff appears to be working. We're here, we're early. It's 9:22 a.m. Central Standard Time. So normally I like to get started at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, but we're diving right in this morning. All right, so yesterday we started working on some graphical stuff, some bubble hovering animations, and I basically didn't like anything I did. I mean, we did like a 3-something hour stream, because right now the bubble hovering animation is this black line that just appears, the black outline, and I don't like that. So we were trying some things. Basically, I scrapped all of it because I didn't like any of it. And yeah, so I reset my Git branch even. I just scrapped everything we did from yesterday's stream. So yesterday was kind of a waste. I mean, we didn't get any work done that moved us forward, but like directly pushed us forward, but we learned what we didn't like, basically. Which, so at the end of the day, I'm still kind of happy about that. And I actually played around a little bit more last night with a couple other things, and it just wasn't working. Stuff was not looking or feeling right. So for now, we're going to have to deal with our little outline thing. I mentioned, I was talking a little bit on yesterday's stream about how I recently, we recently revamped the graphics. We make the line widths of these lines kind of scale with the window now, and we got this nice little ripple mistake thing, and we've got the bubbles bubbles actually look like they pop now, which is cool, and I'm glad we got that stuff done because it's not really stuff that we necessarily needed to work on at the moment, but doing that stuff just helps me feel better about the thing. Like, if it looks good, I feel good. It motivates me. It inspires me to kind of keep going. So we got that stuff done. I guess that was last week we did all of that. Actually, yeah, it would have been a week ago, last Tuesday's stream. So we got all of that done, and it feels pretty good now. Like, the new animations, the new stuff, just everything's feeling much better. And I really like that. And the one last thing I kind of wanted to do was these hover animate, like come up with something to make the hovering over the bubble look better than just this outline that appears. but I couldn't come up with anything that looked good. So we'll have to revisit that at some point. So I've got a couple things I want to work on today. I want to work on, well, there's a bug that can potentially happen where the client and server can get out of sync. Basically, if the client thinks it popped a bubble, but the server doesn't recognize, thinks that that was a mistake or whatever, then they can get out of sync because the client thinks, oh, now I need to pop this next bubble, but the server says, no, you still need to pop this other one. But the client, the bubble's already popped. That bubble that the server says they need to pop's already popped. So they keep going and popping bubbles, and the client just keeps going and popping bubbles, and everything is a-okay, but the server keeps saying no, no, no. So that's a problem, because then the server stops sending bubbles down to the client. And basically, I'm not exactly sure what the cause of that is, although I have a suspicion that it's an issue where we're maybe having some packet loss, basically. Some data from the client is not making it up to the server. So to kind of, well, not to fix it right now, but to at least well, to make matters worse, I've never been able to replicate this issue in development on my LAN, on my same computer. So I've never had the issue. And I've seen it twice now on the live populus.gg site. So what I want to do now is actually every WebSocket message that gets sent from the client during a game that sends like mouse update information, whether it's a click or it's a mouse movement, any event that does that from the client, I'm going to be sending like an incrementing index number. So starting at 0, and then just every time we send a message to the server, it's just going to increment the number and increment a little index and send that off with the message. So that way the server will also say, I'm starting at 0. And then when it receives a message, it's expecting to receive the first message with ID 0. And then it's going to expect to receive the next message with ID 1. And then it's going to keep its own little incremental counter. And then that way we can just, if a message got dropped or got lost along the way, whatever, from a bad connection or something, then assuming that this is even the issue, then we should see a the server should be expecting message 347, but it got message 348. So it's going to be like, oh, something doesn't match here. So my goal for right now, in fact, I already have that part working. Actually, I implemented that off stream a couple weeks ago. And we already have a basic version of that thing working. Basically, I upped I added an extra 16-bit integer that we can send up to the server. And then each game, the client keeps track. Basically, we've got this thing here, out mouse chords index, and that starts at 0. And then every match, I guess that gets reset. That's kind of where I'm at now, is kind of just refamiliarizing myself with the code, and then seeing what we can do from there. So we should be sending okay, so here's send to server, and then we should be doing, we send the index in the last 2 bytes of the data we're sending, and then we increment the index right there. Okay, and then when a match ends, we set it back to 0. Okay. So then for every game, for every new match, it resets to 0. So that kind of makes it, a match is only 30 seconds, so kind of makes it nice. We're only going to we send 16 or 60 updates a second. So we're only going to have 1,800 max messages that would ever be sent. So yeah, I think, so I want to kind of just, I just fired up the code. I fired up the branch that has this and kind of barely looked at it before we got started. So I'd like to actually, dive in and take a look. And see if we can simulate also some like breaking of stuff. And the thing I want to do for now, so I actually don't want to correct. This is a great start to actually correct the issue. However, I don't want to do the correction. I'd like to just gather the data first. So on the server, we log stuff that happens, right? So I can see here I've got the server, the WebSocket server running right now, and it tells me, you know, when the app started, you know, the date, time, whatever. And then, you know, we throw the date, time with all these logs. And then we have stuff like a player, whatever, connected, right? We got a player ID. Because I've got two browsers connected up to my development server. So if I hit play, we see that, you know, player, this guy requested a match. So we're just logging every like significant event that kind of comes through to the server. So, and then like if I cancel, it'll say waiting player, blah, 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 canceled. So my goal then is to keep track of those messages from the client, the indexes. We're tracking those indexes. And then when we see one that doesn't match, we'll log it. And then we'll just kind of move on. We'll like automatically update our index counter and we'll move on. Give me that spice. Good to see you. Give me that spice. Welcome back. Are you running server locally? I have a development server. My development version of that I work on is running locally. Yes. But there is the populus.gg, which is up in the cloud. Somewhere up there. Actually, it's in New York, but what can I say? It feels like it's up there in the cloud. When I was a kid, actually, I was just telling my wife this story the other day. When I was a kid, I remember thinking, my grandparents lived in Florida, so they would always fly, you know, from Florida to where we lived. And at the time when I was a kid, I lived in Pennsylvania. But I always thought, because they flew in a plane, I always thought that like Florida was up in the clouds, you know, like it was up in the sky. Because it was like, well, why else would they be flying a plane? They're coming from the sky, right? Taking a plane in to, you know, like, I mean, I was little when I thought this, you know, like 8 or 9 years old. I'm just kidding. No, I was pretty young. Give me that spice. How do you play it? That's a good question. Give me that spice. Yeah, I'll give you a little demo here. I'll give you the little demo. Have you seen the demo before? Give me that spice. I know you've been around. I think you followed not that long ago. I'm there. I don't know what I'm doing. Gotcha. Yeah, let me show you around here. All right. So, well, you're there, but if anyone else just hopped in, I'll throw the link down there in the chat. Populus.gg. That's my game. That's what we're working on. So if you go to populus.gg, you'll see the game here, and you got some buttons to play, practice. So play does a one-on-one match against another human. Practice does a solo game, whatever. So if I hit play, if somebody's out there, give me that spice if you're out there. Basically, when you do one-on-one, you end up popping the same bubbles as your opponent. So there we go. Opponent found. So now you see 4 bubbles here in this center circle. You got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. And basically, you're always going to pop the bubble that matches this color up here in the top right. And then it's going to show you the bubbles that are coming up next. So this blue one is first. We hover over the blue bubble, and we left click or hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar. And then that pops the bubble. And then you just keep going. You just keep looking at that top corner here. And you let her rip. And then at the end of the game, you see your stats. So my stats are in blue. Your own stats are always going to be in blue, and your opponent will always be in red. So I got 11 bubbles. My opponent got 5. And it shows you just pops per second and how many mistakes you made. So a mistake is a mistake is like if you just click out anywhere. Anytime you see like the little rippling ring there and the big red bright ring around the outside, that's kind of like letting you know, hey, you made a mistake. So if you go out of bounds, if you pop the wrong bubble, like I'm supposed to pop red, but I tried to pop this green bubble, that was a mistake. If you just miss completely and try to pop the white space there, that's it. What's the player base? That's a good question. It's pretty much me. And there's this guy, Truyaksky, who shows up every once in a while. He plays. There's not really, basically right now, while I'm working on the game, people, I haven't done any like active promotion or advertising of the game. Or, I haven't done anything like that yet. Once I get it to maybe a little bit better of a place, I might start to look a little more into that. Right now, it's still kind of, the gameplay's there for the most part, but, there's some rough edges. There's some graphical things I don't like. There's some things that are nice, but some other things that we need to figure out. The whole main menu layout, I need to kind of figure that out. And we added a leaderboard a couple weeks ago, and I just kind of hooked that up there, and that's kind of there. So the leaderboard's always showing the top 10 competitive games. So you're going to see, whoever's up here at top has 104 pops. So there's no usernames or anything like that. I have started working on kind of the random username generation, which we might actually get to at some point. But for right now, I'm trying to fix like an issue where there's an issue where the client and the server can get out of sync a little bit, and I have an idea of what it is. I think that it's possibly some sort of issue with we're some of the WebSockets data, some of the updates from the client are not getting up to the server, like whether because of a connection issue or something like that. So, I want to at least, I want to work on a thing that would at least let me log any of that packet loss for right now. And if I check back and we start to see some potential packet loss, we see those I can go back and look at the logs on the server. And if we see some data that was missing, because the server will now throw a log anytime it expects one thing, where would it log to? So what I use, I don't know, give me that spice. I assume you're a developer of some kind. I don't know exactly your background, but basically, my server is all Node.js. So to kind of keep track of the server, I'm using PM2. Kind of, it's a Node.js. Not really. I'm new to programming. Oh, okay, cool. Well, basically, so all the server code is in Node.js, which is basically JavaScript that, whatever. And so basically the server can log things to a console, to whatever the console that it's running in. It pipes data out to standard in, standard out, or standard error. If you've gotten to any of that stuff, any kind of console terminal kind of stuff with programming yet, you maybe have heard about those things. I've run Node.js so I can broadcast things to other PCs in my home. Nice. Yeah, you can use Node.js for all sorts of things. I mean, it's typically there as sort of a back-end server language. It's not really a language you would do. I guess you could do a lot of different things with it, but it's typically for web applications is what you'd be using it for. but I mean, you can use it for all sorts of things for sure. So basically, I use a Node.js package. I mean, it's kind of a software or whatever that manages Node.js applications. So that's how I run that on the server, and that package is called PM2. Basically, that's running on the server, and then that runs my Populus WebSocket server, and that keeps track of everything. All right, I shouldn't say WebSocket server. I should just say the Populus server. And then basically all I need to do is do any sort of like logging, like I would normally do, like you'd normally do with JavaScript, where you use console.log. Basically, that's all I need to do, and then PM2 actually writes that out to a file for me. So I kind of have a nice, yeah, here we go. So like when my server starts, it logs an event right here, or it logs a message right here, throws the date and the time, and it says app started. So all I have to do is do something like this, and then there we go. So I use WebSockets. I've been talking about WebSockets. So WebSockets is kind of it's a nice, really fast way to send data over the web, right? So typically with the web, you just use HTTP, which the client has to go to the server and send a request to the server and say, hey, I need this. And then the server will respond with something. But with WebSockets, it's this bi-directional thing. So the server could actually send messages to the client, and the client could send messages to the server. Browser, client, browser, same thing. In my case, same thing. So the server can, so the way the game works, like if I, basically if I click the play button, it goes to finding an opponent, and I'm on my development version here. So my browser's just chilling, right? Like it's going to just, I can do whatever I want from here. It sends the message off to the server, and then it's just going to wait until the server sends the message back that says that there was an opponent found, and then whatever. Then we have match data. But basically, like from here, I could go practice, so it's my computer, my browser's still just here waiting, for stuff from the server. And I could cancel if I wanted, if I really actually didn't want to play. Yeah, so then if I go on another player here, I can click the play button, and then immediately we had opponent found, and then this guy, switched to opponent found, right? So the server reached out to this browser and said, hey, I found an opponent for you. So that's kind of how it works. Or how it can work. Like basically, if I was doing something with like HTTP instead, the browser would have to ask the server, hey, is there an opponent yet? Is there an opponent yet? Is there an opponent yet? Basically, I have to poll the server and ask every time. Sorry if this is a bad question. No bad questions. No bad questions. Give me that spice. What's up? Do you have code to encrypt stuff? So typically, so currently I don't have any. You'll notice if you go to populus.gg, it's going to say not secure. So, and what Chrome means by saying it's not secure is my connection to the server is not encrypted, right? So since everybody, HTTPS or encryption is kind of standard these days, so Chrome is trying to really say like, hey, not secure, blah, blah, blah. So I don't have encryption currently running. I did actually do it, and then I actually removed it. But when you do, so with a website, what you do is you use HTTPS, the HTTPS protocol. So like normally you'd use HTTP, right? So that's like what you do to go to populus.gg. You say HTTP, colon // populus.gg. But if you were doing, so if you copy that URL out and paste it, it looks like that, right? But the encrypted version would be HTTPS, right? So there's actually not really anything you have to do. You just have to make sure you're using an HTTPS server, and then you have to make sure that you are, so there's some things involved with that. You need a third party to verify that you are who you say you are. It's called a certificate. But basically you don't do anything with setting up encryption yourself, right? Like unless you were building your own HTTP server, you'd be using a web server basically that handles HTTPS, and then browsers just handle HTTPS. It kind of works that way. Bekitty, good job. Thanks, Bekitty. There's the new emote is there, Bekitty. If you click the new good job emote. There you go. Nice. I like it. Well, thanks. Yeah, I guess I never showed it to you. I inspired this emote. Yeah, you did, because you always said good job, and I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't think of anything else to do, so we went with good job. All right, I don't know if I answered that question. Give me that spice. I tend to go into way too much detail. All right, so what I want to do now is I want to look at I want to kind of test this code a bit. So what we can do some kind of cool things with this. So we've got this, what is it called again? Mouse. I'm gonna call this something different. I want to call this input message index, and I don't need to call it out. So I'm gonna do a find replace on this, because I did this input message index. Maybe we just input msg idx. Maybe just shorten it up. Or maybe let's call it mouse message index. Mouse message index. I think that's a better. Whoops. We're gonna do a replace on that. Okay, so in or out mouse chords idx. So I'm gonna rename that to out mouse message. Actually, let's rename it to out. I've been kind of doing that to signify that I'm sending data out to the server. Okay, so we shrunk that up. There we go. All right, so I don't think, from what I recall, I already did this. I did this. I did this a couple of weeks ago, and everything was working pretty well. So basically, if we're sending some mouse data to the server, we send this mouse message index starting with 0, and then we increment it. So every mouse update we send to the server, we're sending a new index along with it. And then that will help us on the server side keep track. So if we look on the server side, I don't remember where this was exactly. No. Tried to send message. Okay. Match. Okay, so we must player cursor down end match init. Are we, let's see, on message. We must be doing something with, oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. All right. So we've got a console log already where I'm saying expected message index this, but received this. So we can, that's kind of what we want. Except there's a little bit of a problem with this because this basically, it'll continue, you know, like if it's expecting mouse input event 200 and you send it 201, it's going to throw this message. And then any subsequent messages, it's going to also throw this error. But basically, we just want to log. Like if we find an inconsistency, let's log it and then kind of move on, right? Because I just want to see if like this thing is happening in the first place. So we want, let's see here. So, okay, so let's on the send to server here, what I will do is if we'll just do this little thing here. We'll do if this dot out. So we're just gonna simulate like dropping a packet without actually dropping any, you know, without any actually losing any data. We're gonna just, you know, once we're at this dot out mouse message index equals, you know, 180 or something, then this dot out mouse message index equals 181 or something like that, right? So basically when we increment, when we send mouse update 179 and then we increment to 180, and then if we're at 180, then we're going to jump to 181. So we're basically going to skip mouse update 180. Because again, we're just starting at 0. That's going to be the first mouse update, and then it's just going to increment. So we'll just skip mouse update 180 by doing this, basically. And then the server will see this message, this error on the server. So we're going to play, and we're going to play. So 180 will happen after a couple seconds. There we go. So now the server went nuts because we're off by 1 every time now. So expected message index 180, received 181, right? Exactly as we said. But then every subsequent one is going to happen too, because it's expecting 181, but it received 182. Expecting 182, but it received 183, right? And just so on forever. So we don't want this. We don't want this to happen on the server. What we want is it to we want it to level out. So we've got this player match state input message index, which we typically just increment here. But what I think we're going to do is we've got this if else that I was screwing around with, and we'll do else player.matchState input message index. And then what we'll do is, so we're going to, if the message index doesn't match what the player sent us, or the message index we're expecting doesn't match, then we're going to log it. So we're going to say, I'm going to make this a little nicer. We'll do a new date. So this is I always log the dates. So we do just a new JavaScript date object, and then, so that's how we get, these kind of messages like this, where we've got, the date, time, that'll be in UTC 0, and then we'll see app started, player blah, blah, blah connected, player blah, blah, blah connected. And now instead we'll see, expected input message index. So we'll change this to expected input message index this received this, and then let's log the player as well. From player, and then we'll do the player ID, however we've been doing that. Oh man, are we gonna have to create a little function or something for this? All right, how do we log new date player, player ID? Okay. So do I have, yes, I have access to the player from player, player ID. Beautiful. So we've got expected input message index. This number received that number from player. So then what we're going to do is we're going to then just set, actually, no, we don't need this else. Because then we're going to do, so we're going to log that thing. And then we're just going to set the player match. We're going to correct it, basically, and move on from there. So we log when it happens. And it's possible we might, you know, it's possible we might have several missing messages. Like maybe 4 messages in a row got lost. But we'll be able to see that because we'll say, well, expected this message, but we received, you know, a message 4 ahead, right? So we'll see what we received, what we were expecting, what we received. And then we'll just simply like correct. So we'll just set the new index to that next one, right? So then we won't log all these messages because we're always like 1 behind now. But what we'll do is we'll kind of recorrect for the time being. Because right now I don't really care about fixing this. I just want to validate that this is actually the problem that's happening. So we're just adding this extra little step on the server. And the clients are sending an extra 2 bytes every message. 2 bytes, I know. It's the end of the world. But this is looking pretty good. So now I'm starting to realize that I should probably let's see. I guess we can just copy paste this. For right now, because these are basically duplicates. One of these is for cursor clicks, mouse clicks, and one of them is for cursor moves as well. So all right. Yeah. Okay. So now that we have this, let's try it again. Let's try it again with our. Why is that so slow? Yeah, for whatever reason, the HTTP server was chugging along there. All right, so we play a game here, and we just move the mouse around. And then we should see expected input message index 180, received 181, and that's it. We get just that. So I can, you know, actually go through the logs and look for specific. I can play a bunch of games and just check if I see that, which is really nice. And I think actually that's kind of all I want for right now. Yeah, I really think that's all I want. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. Be right back. All right, we are back. We're back. Anything interesting happened while I was gone? All right, so yeah, our thing is working. And if we miss, okay, so we just tested it with like one message. We just forced that one mouse message is off, right? Now the thing I think, okay, so we logged it again there. So the thing that I think is happening is during a normal game, you're not going to, there's way more mouse movement messages that are getting sent to the server than there are clicks, right? You might click 100 times in the game, but you probably moved the mouse moved, if you're moving the mouse the whole time, you're probably moving upwards of 1,600 times, so like a like a 10 times as many mouse updates or 10 times as many mouse movements over clicks, right? Probably something like that. Probably 15 times. So the chance, if you're gonna miss, if just a few mouse updates aren't gonna make it to the server, chances are it's gonna be a mouse movement, not a mouse click. And therefore, if you lose a couple mouse movements, it's not that big a deal. But if you lose a mouse click, I think that's where our problem is happening, because if the client clicked and the client thought that click was good, because technically it was, but that message, that click event didn't make it up to the server's not going to know you clicked. And then the server is going to see the click from the next thing, which it's going to think is the wrong bubble. So eventually, if this is the case, if we go live with this code and I start to see these messages on the server that, oh, we got some missing messages from time to time, then I'm going to know, okay, so we really are losing some data when it's getting sent up to the server. And I'm going to have to implement like a thing to, basically the client's going to have to keep track of all the updates it sent to the server. And then the server is going to have the ability to send a message that says, hey, I need this update. Like requesting a redo of an update, of a mouse update. And the server is just going to have to like queue up the other mouse updates that it receives, and that means, you know, that split second or whatever, which shouldn't be too many. And then the client is going to have to send that other one, and then the server can then play from that one that it missed up. So we kind of build a nice little correcting system. I feel like that is kind of what we'd have to do if that's really the case. But the thing is, I just need to like verify that that's actually the case, that we actually are missing data first before I build this, you know, nice little system to kind of correct things. So I'm liking this. Like stuff's looking pretty good. Oh, logging is turned on. Yeah, we don't need that right now. All right, so yeah, this I'm liking it. I'm liking it. So I can remove. Well, is there anything else I need to do with this? I don't think so. I really don't think so. The next thing would just be to expected input message index. Okay. Yeah. All of this is good. These are duplicate for right now. Whatever. That's okay. Yeah. Okay. So I just get rid of this one line. And I'll make sure everything is good. And let's see here. Whoops, I don't want to practice. Open up the console here. All right. Yes. I think everything's looking good. All right. So what I'm going to do, yeah, I think we got it. I don't think there was really much we needed to do, to be honest. That's pretty much. It's pretty much just one thing I needed to do. And testing, making sure everything was okay. So I want to do. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So also, for whatever reason, when I did the branch, the Git branch for this, I did this message checking index thing on the server, where we are checking, where the client is sending a little incrementing index for every mouse update message it sends to the server. And the server's checking to make sure that it's received the correct one. So I did that, and then for whatever reason, I also added this new usernames thing where we're going to start generating our random usernames. So I started adding kind of some meta stuff for some meta code script stuff for like being able to add usernames and everything. So that's included in on this branch, this Git branch, because I was just kind of lazy, I guess, and didn't properly split things out. But this username stuff doesn't touch anything right now. It's kind of just standalone. So I'm actually we're gonna merge this stuff back into our master branch. Oh wait, we need to do git add git commit. We're gonna do cleaned up, logging of unexpected mouse message indices. Whoa, indexes. Cleaned up logging of unexpected mouse message indexes for testing, for checking in production, I guess. Whoa! Borkanyi is now following. Borkanyi? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Bork. Go with Bork if that's all right. How are you doing? I'll give you a little demo of the game here. Bork. You seem to be probably one of the only people around here right now. Clean up logging items. Yeah, I can finish that in a second here. We'll give Bork the demo. Yeah, so we're working on my game. It's called Populus. You can play it right now. Populus.gg. Threw it down there in the chat. So it's a web game. We're in a browser, right? It's a website. And it's a game where you pop bubbles. You just pop as many bubbles as you can, as fast as you can. So if you hit the play button, you do like a one-on-one match. And then we're going to this finding opponent thing, but I can sit here and practice while I'm waiting for an opponent. But basically the idea is we got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. So our bubbles here are here in the center, and we're trying to pop the bubble that matches the color of this position up here, so this pink bubble. So I hover my mouse over the bubble and left click or hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar. So again, mouse over, hit the space bar, whoops, or make sure we got focus in the window there. Okay, mouse over, hit the space bar, and you just keep going. Popping as many bubbles as you can. Then at the end of the match, you see your stats. 8 bubbles popped, this many pops per second, made 5 mistakes, and that's pretty much it. So I'm just doing the practice mode right now, just kind of single player. And the idea is you just kind of have fun moving your mouse and seeing how many bubbles you can pop. Really simple, simple little game. There's not a whole lot to it. It's kind of like Osu, I guess. Although it's not really rhythm or timing based at all. It's just kind of as fast as you can. You just go. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Got 99 there. And we added a leaderboard a couple weeks ago, so it doesn't show any, like, you know, it's kind of anonymous, but it shows, you know, the top games currently. And this leaderboard's pretty volatile. Like, I blow it away probably once a week now or more. There we go. Opponent found. All right, I'm here with somebody now. So when you're playing a one-on-one match, you see your opponent by the red dot. So this UI interface, I need to kind of make it look nicer. But basically, this is my opponent beating me. I'm represented by the black dot. My opponent's the red dot, right? So like as I start to pop more bubbles, we might see the opponent kind of slip closer back to me. Yeah, it'd be nicer to have a little, I don't know, some sort of better interface for that. But so then at the end of that match, we can see I got 34 pops. My opponent got 37. They just edged me out there. So your stats are always the blue ones, and your opponents are always the red ones. So when you do the one-on-one match, you're popping the same colored size position bubbles as your opponent. So those are, you know, so you're on you're on a completely even playing field for that game. But you're popping those bubbles at your own pace is basically how it kind of goes. So, yeah. Yeah, and our leaderboard will show the top 10 slots here. And yeah, I started working on some username stuff. So I've got kind of a funny random username generation thing. I'm not going to have any logins and user accounts or anything like that, but I do want to have, you know, it'd be nice to kind of attach just like a phony username to a score or something like that on the leaderboard. So I'd like to also have like a ranking thing with the one-on-one aspect of it. So obviously you play a one-on-one match against somebody, right? And it'd be nice to have kind of an ELO ranking system like chess or something where, you know, you have that attached to. So not only do we track like the top number of pops in a game, but we can also track like a ranking. It's possible too, I might go with like a separate, a leaderboard for like including like the pops in the practice mode too, maybe. We might do something like that. Like when you practice, it might also log pops. Currently it doesn't. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, so the game, for anyone who's, you know, more interested in the technical side, which I don't do the technical demo as much. But basically all my browser code is all just vanilla JavaScript, nothing really fancy. I'm just writing out the files myself, and then they get minified down into one file. Bork. We'll go with just Bork. How did you make the server online? So I basically rent a virtual private server up in the cloud, and you know, it's just a computer up there that I can do whatever I want with it for the most part. So I'm running the web server from there, and it basically there's kind of two parts to it. So there's basically my static website files. So I have like an HTML file and a JavaScript file, and I have a bunch of JavaScript files for the browser right now. Like when in development, I've got a bunch of these, but these all get kind of slammed down into just one file that ends up getting sent down to the browser on the live site on populus.gg. And then, so basically it's just static HTML and JavaScript file that come down to the browser, like just a plain web page kind of thing. And then the online logic, I have my server code that I keep here in this pane here. And this is the online part of it. Is it expensive? No, I pay $5 a month for that. So yeah, there's different, depending on what I use DigitalOcean, but depending on what, there's a lot of different hosting providers out there for where you can, well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different there's a whole bunch of different types of hosting things, it seems like. But basically, I have kind of like the most manual possible way where I just literally I get a computer in the cloud, and like that I have to set everything up. You basically get an Ubuntu, a Linux computer in the cloud, and you have to, no GUI or anything. You have to just connect to it with SSH command line stuff, and that's how you interact with it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so I was finishing up my git commit here, right? Git commit and cleaned up logging of unexpected mouse messages. Speakers are muting themselves there. Cleaned up logging of unexpected mouse message indexes for, on server. Other speaker just turned off. Sorry, there we go. I gotta unmute my speakers by sending a little audio signal to them. Cleanup of logging unexpected mouse message indexes on server for testing, I guess I'll just say. Okay. Yeah, that's good. All right. So we just committed that branch, and what I'm going to do, we're going to check out our master branch now. And we're going to merge. Yeah, I'm going to merge right now. Git merge. This awful long branch name. Git merge this branch. Username's client input. Blah, 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 blah. Please commit your changes or stash them before you merge. What? Oh, man. Okay, because of that stupid script. All right. Git status. Basically, my little script that I run the development server with that automatically restarts the server. It also regenerates the configuration and everything. So when I switch to a different branch, the script saw that the configuration file changed and generated some new files. So now it's logging that I have some changes, even though I didn't do anything, but my script obviously did. So I just need to do git reset hard. There we go. And then, okay, we're back on origin master. Now I can do the merge. Beautiful. Fantastic. Yeah, that's great. All right, and I'm going to delete that branch now too. Well, I'll keep the branch there just in case. All right, so let's just make sure everything is, we got to actually start the server. That would help. So Bork, if you're still around, you were a developer of some kind too, or getting into development or something like that. WebSocket connection failed. Oh, that's the live Populus DG there. There we go. All right, so let's just do a one-on-one match, make sure everything is still kosher. Yeah, we're looking pretty good here. All right, so I'm gonna push this update live probably after the stream today. So we're gonna blow out our leaderboards, which Trioxky made an appearance at the end of the stream yesterday. I did a shorter stream yesterday, but Trioxky made an appearance, but it doesn't look like he set any world records yesterday. So for anyone out there, I do have a Discord server as well, if anyone is interested. You can join it. if you do join, you can actually see the world record video. 155 pops and 5 mistakes, I think. You can see Trioxy's video. There's a Populus section on the Discord, and there's a high scores channel. And it's nuts. It's nuts. Yeah, it's like one of the latest posts on there. 155 pops and 5 mistakes. It's mind-boggling. I mean, I can only do... I mean, I think I got 127. I think that was my absolute max. But that's a little crazy. Let me set a high game right now against myself. Let's see what I can do here. I'm actually doing really well. Oh, that was a rough ending there. 121. Not bad, not bad. But imagine Trioxy getting like 34 bubbles more than that. That hurts my brain. But I'm number 1 on the current leaderboard, so I'll take pride in being on the top of the leaderboard in my own game. Who wouldn't? All right, so what's next? Well, we just merged back into master. Okay, so I can get rid of that. And, well, actually, I'm going to do a new branch real quick because we're going to do a new Git branch here. We're going to do Git branch. Oh, no, Git checkout B. That's what I need to do. Whoops. Oh, it's just messing this up. I'm going to create a new branch. Git checkout B mobile support. Yeah, because the other thing I wanted to work on today was making this work a little better on mobile. Git checkout -B mobile support. Because this game actually works, I think it'll work pretty well on mobile. All right, so we created a new branch, mobile support. And we've already got, oh yeah, our config file didn't change, okay. Yeah, so right now, mobile support is kind of awful because basically there's nothing nice about portrait mode at all. Like this is what portrait mode kind of looks like if your screen is taller than it is wide. So I'd like to kind of just maybe do some really rough kind of portrait mode support, like figure something out. I think we can figure something out today and maybe go live with that tonight as well. And there's also another problem where I was doing a little research on this and I found, let me see if I can find the, yeah. So there is a little default thing that happens where disable double tap zoom option in browsers on touch devices. And I found another article that says there's basically a 300 millisecond delay. So on a traditional like web page, if you go to it on mobile, if you go to like a traditional web page on mobile, basically any like click interactions, there's like a 300 millisecond delay because by default, the mobile browsers are for a given web page they want to wait. They have a default like window to see if you double click to zoom, double tap to zoom. So basically, I don't want that because there shouldn't be any zooming on this because this is a game that's full screen. Okay. distracted there for a moment. All right, so if I go to, I don't remember exactly what I was saying at that exact moment that I stopped, but basically, if you go to populus.gg on populus.gg on mobile, you know, it looks like this, kind of like I was showing, right? So portrait doesn't look good. So our leaderboard, you know, is just is half off the page. The Populus logo is not on there. The button, the play button is there, and the tutorial button, but that's pretty much it. And you get this also just very atrocious delay with when things happen. So like if I have this here, and if I do, I'm gonna 3, 2, 1, and then tap. So 3, 2, 1, tap. So that was almost like whole nother number of my counting. 3, 2, 1, tap, and then the screen changed. Dun, 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 dun. So that's awful. That's awful for when you're trying to pop bubbles as fast as you can. So the solution for getting past this portrait mode thing is just to obviously rotate, and then it'll you know, if you got auto rotate on, you can play, but it's kind of small, right? So I just did a practice game, and it looks pretty tiny, right? Relatively speaking. I mean, I've got now my camera's gonna not focus. You know, I mean, I've got a pretty good size. I've got a Google Pixel 3 XL phone, you know, which is pretty good size, whatever this is, 5.7 inches or something. But the game's just too small for portrait mode. And like the circle's too tight. Like I really have to like cram my thumbs in to like reach to get into those bubbles. Not to mention the bubbles are just too small in general too. Like I had some friends who have, my phone's got a really pretty accurate touch screen, but I had some, you know, friends who tried this on another phone that was, you know, not as nice as mine and not as many touch screen points, sensor, whatever those are called. And they were making a lot of mistakes, just accuracy mistakes, and I think that was more just because of the phone. So we want stuff to be a lot bigger. And it would be a lot better if it played portrait mode. If it played, you know, I don't want to say portrait mode, but, you know, just where the screen is taller than it is wide, like for lack of a better term. So what I'm thinking we kind of need to do is move like this thing up and to the side, right? Because we kind of need to like literally rotate this whole thing almost on its side, so that we can fit. And that might not be the whole story, but the other issue is I basically scale the size of the elements strictly based upon the height of the screen. So I feel like that might also maybe be something we can fix too. So right now it only scales on the height, and like the position of stuff updates when the width changes because everything's like centered, right? But obviously that doesn't have an effect, or you know, that we're gonna run into some issues with portrait mode because these things should technically be getting smaller, but they're not. So that's kind of another problem. But I first want to kind of think about like what I could do to maybe make there be a portrait thing. I mean, the first thing would be, I don't know if maybe we have like a flag like, well, actually, first things first, before we really dive into that, I want to add this thing. So basically, there's like one little, there's this one CSS thing, touch action manipulation, which I guess I could add to like the full page or something. Because I tried this other suggestion that this other guy said, because that was in another thing, but if you rotate the screen back and forth, this seems to undo itself. And I don't know enough about browsers to really have a good idea of what the problem is. Yeah, like the viewport, the width, device width, like that. Yeah, because that changes. Like when you rotate, that undoes itself. So, that's not good. So I think just doing this thing here will work. But according to this doesn't work on iOS Safari version 12. Yeah, so I don't know. So we'll see. It'd be nice to kind of have this work on multiple things. But basically, I think I already screwed around with this a little bit. And I think basically we just need to add this to our HTML file here. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I actually need to add it here. Yeah, because we've got to build HTML. Touch action manipulation. All right. And I'm going to add this back. Build HTML. .js. Oh, yeah. All right, I'll just do this by hand for right now. Touch action manipulation. Just going to add that right here. Yes, okay. So we add that. That's great. So now if I pull this up on my phone, if I pull up just my dev version on my phone, there we go. I connected. Yes, that's nice and fast. And there's no zoom feature either. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Yeah, this is pretty nice. How many bubbles am I getting here? Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so this will be really interesting to see how this goes. This might actually be too. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. So let's see about yeah, so just doing that is fine. And this should have no problem with, so we're adding that to the whole body. But that should have no problem with the, this should have no problem with browsers, or with desktop browsers, I guess, in theory. So let's just check that out. Make sure everything is good. Sweet. Okay. All right. So I guess we just want to start looking at kind of some really rough portrait mode kinds of things. Will be the first thing. So, all right, we're on a new branch. So that's great. Yeah. So first things first, let's go to the match object. So this is like our game object, the game itself, you know, when you're inside a game. We've got to, okay, so the nav meter, that's kind of the important thing. Having that be, well, okay, hang on. Let's even take a further step back here. I'm going to go up to my canvas wrapper object. And here we actually set up a resize window event listener. So that's how we kind of trickle down and allow resizing with everything like this so far, right? Because basically this emits like a game event that changes window resizing, whatever. But we need like maybe a we need like I guess, canvas wrapper dot window orientation maybe. We need like a property maybe called like this dot window orientation equals I guess we just need a Boolean, so maybe we got window. I guess we just say landscape orientation, and we'll just set that to true. So we just say landscape orientation, and then let's see. So we'll just keep track of if the screen is wider than it is tall, or vice versa. Then we flip this Boolean. So I guess we say we could maybe do so. Like if I have, oh, that's the render. So on every I guess we do if this dot window, what did we say? Landscape orientation. If we're in landscape orientation, and I guess we say and window dot inner width is less than window dot inner height. Then we say CLG this dot landscape orientation would equal false. We say changed to portrait, and then else, I guess we do an else if this dot landscape orientation and window dot inner width is greater than, I guess we'll say greater than or equal to window dot in. Not like that really matters, but yeah, just to be a little, whoops. Oh yeah, this is my else if. We CLG changed to landscape, And then this dot landscape orientation equals true, right? So we just got a Boolean flag to say whether we're in landscape orientation mode or not. And that should, so then once we hit change to portrait, change to landscape, so once we switch back and forth between that, yeah, there we go. Beautiful. So we've got kind of a top level flag now. And I guess maybe that's good enough. Like maybe we can, from there, because we're going to emit a window resized thing, window event resized. And then basically we could just check canvas wrapper, because all the objects that listen to this event actually have access to the canvas wrapper itself. So now that we know this is working, okay. So yeah, we got a flag landscape orientation. I don't really like how long of a word that is. It's just like too much, but this dot landscape orientation false, landscape orientation true. Yeah. I like it. All right, so now we could take something like let's take something like, let's go to the main menu to start, actually. I feel like there might be something interesting that we could do with this. So, yeah, here is our window resize. Yes, there's something very cool I think we could try with this. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, though. I've been drinking less water and coffee, so less bathroom breaks. But hey, we'll got the Jurana BRB toilet down there in the chat. Ah, man, the contrast of this is all screwed up now. It's too bright. It's too bright in here. So does that mean I need to make it really dark to kind of correct that? Let me try turning the light off real quick. Or does that have the opposite effect? It's still too bright. I forget how I corrected this the other time. Keeps going up. There we go. Right? Is that better now? I think so. I'll have to check. All right. Quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. but I think we fixed the camera exposure, which feels good. Feels pretty good. All right, be right back. All right, we are back. Feels good to be back. To be frank. What does frank even mean, to be frank? Let me be frank with you. You mean honest? Blue, what's going on? Good to see you, Blue. Yeah, good morning. What's going on? All right, here. Chilling, working. Nice, nice. Good deal. What's up with you? We are trying to, I'm trying to get like a little bit of a portrait mode support running right now. Because I originally did Populus without any kind of consideration for portrait mode at all. So like if we go to kind of a smaller, you know, a taller than we are wide screen, then stuff starts to get cut off. So I basically just added like a little, flag to keep track of whether we're in like portrait or landscape currently, like basically whether width is less than or greater than the height, whatever. So I've got like a little Boolean for that now. And I think my elements that when they update on screen, because there's basically a function, like an event listener that runs to update all the sizes of these things, the elements on screen. It's basically they only update off of the height of the screen. But what I want to try is now if we're in like a portrait orientation, if our width is less than our height, then I want to try flipping that to scale off of the width, or off of the width, scale the size of everything off of the width of the screen. So to do that, I think all we need to do is something like, so I should do like a const screen dimension, maybe screen dim equals, and then we do like we're going to do like a Boolean, I guess, here. So we'll do, whoops, we'll do our conditional operator here. canvaswrapper.ctx.canvas. Or wait a minute. No, we're checking canvaswrapper.landscape orientation. So if we're in landscape, then we're going to make this canvaswrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Else, canvaswrapper.ctx.canvas.width. Yes, and then instead of doing the screen height here, we're going to use screen dim as a new variable instead. Digging the new emote. Sick. Thanks, Blue. Appreciate it. Yeah, I couldn't really think of anything else to come up with for the emote. But we actually have another. Now we have a third emote slot now. So I need to figure that out. And my channel points are now called bubbles. And it's got the little red bubble there. So you still can't do anything with the channel points yet, but it's there. Just got my third emote slot yesterday too. Nice. Sweet. Sweet, sweet. Got to figure out what to do with it. Yeah, I hear you. It's kind of hard. All right. So I can do a little find replace here with our canvaswrapper.ctx.canvas.height, I think. Find in selection. We're going to find canvaswrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Ooh, wait a minute. Hang on. Adjust the selection. How do I change my selection? All right. Whoops. All right. So now find in selection. And then we're going to replace with screen dim. Whoops. Find and replace. There we go. All right. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So at this point, everything is fine with the height, but we're gonna start shrinking our window down and see what happens here. Oh boy, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good at all. All right, so I mean the sizes of things scale, but the positions don't. The positions don't change at all. Well, the leaderboard does. The leaderboard looks like that is. Oof, oh, this is gonna be such a pain. All right, let's see. Positioning is literally the worst part of front-end design. Good luck. Absolutely, you're right, Blue Exabyte. Absolutely. Yeah, and I don't know how I want to do it either. Well, we know that this thing doesn't work. We know that what I did doesn't really work. I guess, actually, if I flipped these things around. Oof. It's kind of nice how stuff kind of seamlessly changes. But we need like because what we have right now is kind of not too bad. But we almost need like a separate configuration of stuff. Like if yeah, this really can't actually be too bad. Let's look at our play area here. Play area, window resize, on window resize. Okay, so play area, on window resize. That's all there is? Play area radius. Ah, yes. So that we'd have to change that in here. Where do we update? Oh, update sizes and positions. Okay. Right here. So play area radius, yes. So we'd have to do like that times, we would do this dot, or wait a minute, this dot landscape orientation. If we're in landscape, we do this, else we do this dot ctx dot canvas dot width. Yeah, okay, so let's try that real quick here. So now if we're in an actual game, so there, we're actually scaling that now. Not bad. Not too bad. Actually, let's try this now. It's not going to be great, but at least I can see. So I'm playing on my phone now, and at least I can see. I can at least see the nav meter, the bar that shows you the bubbles you're supposed to pop. Because it's at least on screen now. Because basically it looks something kind of like this right now. You know, so it's cut off a little bit, but you can see it. But really what I want is this to be like up on the top. Or something like that. And the screen, it's just a little too small. Like maybe we would need it to be like pixel radius, pixel scale of canvas height. Like this needs to be like different almost. Like this is fine for landscape mode, but like we need a different. It's basically the circle's still too small. Is kind of what I'm feeling right now. So just straight up change this. Radius, pixel scale of canvas height. Config.match.play area. Yeah, maybe we could change that to config.match. Radius, pixel scale of canvas height. Yeah, maybe we can change this now to like radius, pixel scale of canvas width. And we can say like let's just do 0.1 for portrait mode on mobile, I guess. All right, so then in our conditional operator here, we actually just want to do, now we need to move this into the conditional operator. So we need to get rid of our grouping. So then we say if we're in here, we do that, else we do this. But this is going to be width. Yes. All right, so let's try a game. Oh, I did it the wrong way. Okay. I wanted to do 45. I did the math the wrong way here. The radius, what I just did was I made the radius of the play area 10% of the width of the screen. But that's not what I want. I want to make the, yeah, that wasn't, whoops. Refresh. All right, here we go. So as we get, yeah, something like that. Let's see how this looks on. Yeah, much better. Yeah, I think we're getting the right idea. It's not too bad. All right, so let's try moving the nav meter vertical, I guess. Or horizontal, because right now it's vertical. It needs to be like this way. Yeah, so how do we want to do that? What's going to be the best way? All right, so 10%. That's too big. Well, it's... Yeah, there's like a bleed. There's like an area where if your screen is close to like being square, it's just not going to be nice either way. I feel like that's just going to be a thing. It's like you get, we're getting closer and closer, and then we hit portrait, we hit, the other ratio, and then then you're like that, where you're more like on a mobile screen, which maybe that's okay. We could just have like a gray area where it just kind of doesn't work. I feel like nobody's really going to care about playing on a square. Like, you can play like that if you need some sort of square resolution. But if you're really going, 16 by 9 portrait, then you're going to be fine. But if you're doing some other really awkward portrait mode, what would 4x3 be? I want it to still play reasonably well on 4x3. Probably something like this. It's 4x3. Maybe slightly wider even. All right, let's look at our nav meter now. Let's look at actually switching that over to like landscape now. All right, so, this actually isn't too bad. Ooh, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Ugh. Really? Calculate popped bubble props. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of all this. Center nav meter on the y-axis. Calculate the diameters of the visible progress bubbles in units. Yeah, can we maybe make that like... Yeah, we've got like this fancy way to do all this, and I feel like it's just kind of annoying. Nav meter height units. Let's see here. Calculate the diameters of the visible progress bubbles in units. This isn't supposed to be nav bubbles. I want to see if we can do this better. For sure we can. Nav bubble Y between picks. Let's see here. So I'm. Yeah, we can totally make this better. Calculate the diameters of the visible nav bubbles in units. All right, how are we doing the resizing of this? So if we go up to all right, so we loop over the nav bubble, the properties of each nav bubble, and then we just do the math there. This dot nav bubble props offset. Pixels per unit, units R, units Y. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, the way this whole thing is organized is unfortunately kind of complicated. But it'd be this needs to be more like 40%. Yeah, something, is that going to be too small? All right. All right, let's see how much simpler we can make this. So if we do, like, let's look at, I'm doing stuff in unit sizes, which is kind of annoying. We should get rid of that. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Y bubble Y between units, bubble radius. Yeah, this is it's just silly to have that. Bubble count 3. Okay. So nav meter, let's go down to the create function. Nav bubble X pix. Okay, so that's gonna go away. That's like the first thing that'll go away. So maybe let's do this, and let's set this to 0. Or let's do that, and then comment that out. Set this one to 0. Let's see. So okay, that's fine. This stuff is all fine. This is like our setup of our bubble. Create bubble. Okay. So we need something where nav bubble props, we still need that. I think we're still going to need the nav bubble props. But let's maybe switch to like destruct previous bubble. Okay. Bubble radius shrink rate. Yeah, I'd like to get rid of that. Popped bubble radius percentage. This we could probably get rid of. Okay, we can totally get rid of this. And everything's going to be just fine, right? All right. Number of target bubbles to show. Bubble radius units. Yeah, this is awful. Get units. Ellipse config dot progress meter. Config.match.nav meter. Okay. All right, sweet. Actually, I can get rid of this. Let's get rid of that right now. Rip it out. All right, so... Okay, we got rid of one thing. I think we can get rid of the shrink rate. Because what we can do, so bubble radius units. Yeah, that's stupid. I don't like this. Bubble radius units. I'm going to take, what I'm going to do is I'm going to CLG. Truyakski, what's going on? Good job. Thanks, Truyakski. Appreciate it. Nav meter dot bubble radius units. Great. What's going on, Trioxy? Good to see you. Appreciate you hanging out. I'm not doing anything terribly fun right now. I'll be in a minute. Just want to get first place. Nice. Nice, nice. Config.match.navmeter.bubble radius units. Yeah, what did I do like a 120 something? 121, yeah. I did that just earlier, a little bit earlier. And that one, yeah, and then the 104 is me as well. Someone else did the 61, I think. Okay, config.match.navmeter.bubble radius units. Okay, so we do times pixels per unit. Between units times pixels per unit. So we do that divided by pixels per unit. And this should give us pixels. And we do that divided by canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas. Actually, let's, just to make sure everything is okay, we'll do this and we'll do that divided by canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Right? Because we get the pixels. Okay. 3 of the exact same things. All right, that's not right. Config.match.navmeter.bubble radius units. And we're doing I'm not running into an operator precedence issue here, am I? No, that shouldn't be 1.4. That doesn't make any sense. Bubble radius units. Pixels per unit. So if you've got pixels... All right, let me make sure that sometimes I'm bad with math, so let me make sure I'm understanding this right. So if you've got something that's 20 pixels and there's 0.5 pixels per unit, or let's say we've got 40 let's say we've got 40 units times 0.5 pixels per unit, right, equals 20 pixels. So then if I've got yeah, that's the problem. Whoops. I have units. I need to, yeah, okay. Okay. I just flubbed that up there. There we go. That looks more right. Oh yeah, we changed that x-axis thing. Okay, so 35 pixels. And that's the first bubble, and a ratio of that. And that's going to be the same thing, even if we refresh. Yes. So obviously more pixels, but different ratio. $138, Truyaksky. Nice. That's crazy. All right, so I'm gonna do this thing right here. I'm gonna do bubble. We're gonna do bubbles navmeter dot. And we're gonna do bubbles 0 dot R ratio is going to be this one, and we'll do 0.0, or we'll do 0.061. 0.061. That's what we'll do. 0.0661. And we do this, we do 0.061, whoops, 0.061 to the 0.7. Wait a minute. How did I do that? The shrink rate. Oh, the shrink rate to the... Oh, right. Okay, so we do 1. Yeah, because if you do something to the power of 0, you just get that same number, right? Or no, you get 1. Okay, right. So this 0.7 to the 1 is 0.7, right? And then 0.7 to the 2, 0.49. Brilliant. Okay, so we're doing okay, 0.49 times this number. Or no, first we do 0.7 times 0.043, 0.043, and then we do 0.061. What was the other one? 0.7 to the second, 0.49. So I'm going to do 0 to the, whoops, 0 to the point, or 0.7 to the 0. Or I guess we do, let's see, 0.7 to the 0 times yes, and this would be oops. So we do 0 or 0.7 to the second, which is 0.49 times 0.061, 0.023. Bubbles, R ratio, brilliant. Okay, so then that will allow us to get rid of this and get rid of this. And the y between units, yeah, we need to figure that out. All right, let's see how Trioxy's doing here. 141. Leveling it up there. Let me play against Trioxy here real quick. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh man, I just made a bunch of mistakes. Okay, that's awful. Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. That's crazy. All right, Trioxy rematch. I don't even want to look at those stats. I just made my screen a little bigger, so I should hopefully have some better accuracy here. Ah! I'm slipping away. Come on, baby. Oh. Nice. All right. Another rematch here. GG. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. That was a bad start. It's all right, though. Oh, my goodness. Playing the competitive just adds... Oh, man. No. All right, that was terrible. Retry. GG. Oh boy. Come on. Ah, No. Nice. I am just not on Truyakski's level right now. I'm like 20 bubbles behind consistently. All right, I got to do another one here. Ooh, right off the bat, wrong. Totally read the wrong color there. Not a good start. Oof. All right. Slow and steady wins the race. Here we go. Oh, nice. Finally a little closer. Groupith. What's going on, Groupith? Good to see you. It's going pretty well. How are you doing? I'm just dueling Truyakski here a little bit. And now I'm trying to tone it down now. I'm trying to take it a little slower, a little more accurately. Did I win? Oh. All right, one more game. Just got back from the dentist. Just a cleaning. No cavities. Sick. Love it, Groupith. Love the no cavities. Actually, I contrary to popular opinion, popular opinion? Yeah, popular opinion. I actually enjoy going to the dentist for a teeth cleaning. I really do. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oof. This is crazy. I gave it up. I gave it up right at the end there. I was really close. And then I whew. That's what I told them today when I was a kid. I hated it, but now it's kind of fun. Take a break. Let them clean your teeth. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, it's kind of, as long as you don't have a hygienist who really digs into the gums, sometimes they do. Most of the time at least most of the time, I haven't had that problem too much. Whoa, 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 bad start. Oh boy. Man. All right. All right, one more Truyakski. Ooh, not good. And I hate it when there's... Oh. Truyakski's now 20 bubbles ahead of me, at least. All right, one more. It's easy to just keep going one more. All right, we are going big time this time. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ah, come on. I just like, I'm trying to go too fast and I'm not correcting mistakes well enough. Yeah. Nice. All right. GG Trioxy. Crazy. F Society. What's going on, F Society? Good to see you. Groupeth. On my agenda today is practicing promises and async await. I understand how they work. Just want to be confident to write my own. Yeah, for sure. I'm out of form. Haven't played for a week. Nice. You're still destroying me, though. Yeah, Groupeth. I'm not even the best with promises and async await myself. Because I use it. I end up actually using it relatively so little, but I'm almost to the point where I can just look at some JavaScript and kind of figure out what's going on. Yeah, for sure. Had an accident recently. Yikes, F Society. Everything's okay? I hope. Left-handed ribs fractured. Yikes. Man. A car accident, I guess. Sucks. Yeah, I hope hope you heal up. Hope you heal up fast. I've never had any broken bones, but hand fracture. That's got to be rough. So you're like your one hand's all bandaged up, all casted up, whatever, braced. But yeah, Groupeth. If you're the async JavaScript stuff is it's well, I mean, I think promises were one of the big things that made it a lot better. But yeah, wrapping your head around, especially when you start learning, wrapping your head around things that happen asynchronously is important, obviously. But I assume maybe you've already looked at it, but you can really screw around. It's really nice to mess around with promises with like a set timeout, with using the set timeout. That's pretty good practice for that. Then after that, and then after I'm good with that, I'll start working with fetch and APIs. Nice. Sweet. You're learning fast, I'll say. Yes, that's what I've been doing. Yeah, cool. Yeah, because really I think that's kind of the only way you can really practice async, yourself without practicing async code without actually having to talk to a server with like fetch and stuff. Fast. I feel like I'm behind. Well, I'd say you're learning fast relative from where you were before. I mean, you're picking up on things fast. Well, I mean, I guess if you kind of went through like a JavaScript tutorial or something, you could learn all of that stuff. You'd learn all that stuff pretty quickly, but yeah. Once I know more, I'll go back to my farmer click game with new knowledge. Nice. Yeah. Good deal. Yeah, with Populus, like I don't really deal with async stuff because I'm using WebSockets, so I don't really deal with async stuff in like the traditional way. Because like if you request a match, it goes to finding opponent, right? But I'm not like in some sort of async request kind of thing. Like it's just I fired off a message to the server that says, hey, I want to find an opponent. I want to play the game. And then the server is just going to wait until another player joins. And then when that player joins, because I'm using WebSockets, the server can just notify the client whenever it wants to. So the server can then just send a message to this player and say, hey, I found a player for you. And then the match can start. Because basically then I just have to make sure I'm handling all the cases of like, if the player cancels the match, obviously the server needs to know they canceled the match. And, you know, we got to make sure the state of everything gets kind of all synchronized. Yeah, I've been reading articles on promises while I'm not busy at work. Nice, nice. Is that all Node? Yes. Yeah, so the server is all Node.js. And wait, what did I do here? And yeah, so I use a WebSockets, I have a WebSocket server set up. And that's somewhat handled on what is that? An event emitter? WebSocket server is an event emitter, I guess, a Node.js event emitter. But that you kind of set up event listener functions, that kind of thing. So there's a little bit of like asynchronousness with that, I guess you could say, but I don't really have to actually think too much about that. I never have to actually deal with promises or async functions at all, I guess. It's asynchronous, but it's kind of different, you know. Yeah, function isn't called till a certain event happens versus promises. Async's like a chain of linked functions to call after one is triggered. Right. Yeah, and async await is just like a nice thing to have. It's like a syntactic sugar for promises, I think. It doesn't really have any special functionality of its own. It just lets you kind of write like your code kind of in a more typical pattern, but it's still asynchronous or whatever. Tired today, F Society. Hey, yeah, I mean, you gotta take it easy, right? Heal those ribs up. Yeah, because I think like with async await, I feel like there's, you know, because you'd have what, like an async function, something, and then you'd have inside of that you'd have like await something else, right? And then you do a call. But then really the await is like doing the promises for, in like your code that happens here is like the promise return, the promise, it's like kind of a nice way to wrap your code so it's less like asynchronous looking. We just got to follow TEP G1. My speakers are muted. There we go. TEP G1. What's going on? Oh, Retro. Retro's rating. How did I miss that? Did the jingle not play? What's going on here? Retromo. There we go. All right, I can hear things now. What's going on? Man. Killer raid. What's going on, Evan? Good to see you. TEP G1, you have hair? I do, believe it or not. I do. I don't think I have baldness genes in my family. Thank goodness. A pink chair is back. All right, sweet. Among Us, you mean? Evan stole your hair. Hey, Flurp, thanks for the follow. I saw that 19 hours ago. Flurp, thank you for that. I gave you a shout out when I started streaming, but figured I'd give you the shout out again once I saw you. F Society. What do you think about WSL2? I don't think I'm doing WSL2. Am I? Click Evan's link. It's very important. All right, hang on a sec. Yeah, okay. I'll give Evan's crew. I'll give Retro MMO's raid. Thank you, Evan, for the raid. Did I say thank you already? I really appreciate it. I really do. I'm snacking on TikTok. Thank you, Evan, for that. I guess. All right. Implemented shadows. I don't believe it, to be honest. No, that's pretty sick. Sorry, I probably missed some messages here. Shadows for monster sprites, they're just ovals. Nice. I like it. Stepped away for Retro for 5 minutes, come back, and I'm like, wait, that's not Retro. Retro's cousin. Retro's, yeah, twin cousin. Twin cousin? Sounds right? Jetro, I like it. I could get used to that. All right. I'll give for everyone coming over from Retro MMO. Who am I? My name's Jared Oliver. I'm the host of this show, Duranosaur Twitch stream podcast. It's not really a podcast, but what's an MMO? That's a good question. I've been trying to figure that out for a long time. Retro MMO won't tell me. Says it's part of his FAQ, but it's FAQ, but I can never find it in there. I can never find the FAQ. So, yeah, what are we working on? We're working on my games. Populus.gg. You can play it right now. Where is the FAQ? He just keeps banning me every time I ask. Yeah, exactly. Me too. I think I'm banned right now. Yeah, so I threw the game down there in the chat. Populus.gg. Yeah, it's a dumb little game where you pop bubbles. Like, it's not nearly as cool as Retro MMO or anything like that. But basically, I click play. I'm going one-on-one against another player right now. I don't know who. But basically, you're trying to pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds, right? So our timer's down here. And basically, you're always going to be popping the bubble that matches the color here. So the purple. So you hover over purple, and you left click or you hit the space bar, and you just keep going. You can see the bubbles on the side are kind of shifting, and the idea is you let her rip. You just kind of play as fast as you can, pop as many as you can. And then at the end of the game there, you'll see your stats. So my stats are in blue. Your own stats are always going to be the top ones in blue here, and then your opponent. So I can see my opponent beat me, 31 pops. I only got 20. And then you see like the number of mistakes, and you can see the pops per second, and that's pretty much it. Ravat. How do you actually say the name Rav? Did I say it really wrong before? Ravavir. Gotcha. Ravioli. Looks pretty, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the game, so you guys can leave now, because You're extremely disappointed. Choose the force. Evan implemented shadows. Rav was throwing shade. I'm in dark mode. All thematically consistent. All around thematically consistent. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Choose the force donated 5 million. Nice. Choose the force. That sounds it's quite the amount of cash. This is the game, the end. Excuse me, but this game bangs. Nice. I guess that's a good thing. So Trioxky is it? Maybe Trioxky's still around, but Trioxky's like the number one Populus player in the world. Oh yeah, I was going to explain this thing up here. So whoever I'm playing right now isn't actually playing. But the little red dot represents your opponent. So you're always, so this means my opponent is way behind me here, at least 20 bubbles behind. So like you would see the red dot kind of moving around as they pop more bubbles. So as they pop more bubbles, they're going more towards the right side of the screen. And if you're ahead, they're more on the left side, if that kind of makes sense. When's the animated background coming? At some point, we might have some sort of background. I had some ideas for maybe like some kind of, maybe some like really smoothed out gradient bubbles kind of like floating around in the background. That was kind of maybe the idea. And then it would just look kind of living, you know. It looked like it wouldn't just be this kind of nasty static page. There's a lot of things I still want to change graphically and everything, but we added a leaderboard a couple weeks ago, so you can see Trioxy's already made his way up there with the 141 pops, which is crazy. I do have a Discord if anyone's interested. You don't have to join. It's all right. But if you do join, you can see Trioxy's his world record video where he did 155 pops and 5 mistakes. It's kind of crazy. Will there be microtransactions? Absolutely, Nap. Absolutely, Nap. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. I didn't greet everyone individually as you guys all came into the chat. I'm sorry about that, but I'm stupid, by the way. Don't mind me. No way, Nap. Hardly ever serious. Oh, that's cool. It's all good. It's all good. But no, seriously, there won't be any microtransactions. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do with this game to maybe make money off of it. Maybe have an ad. Just an ad right on the side there. How about that? Something like that. Anyway, I'm actually working on something just extremely boring right now. I wanted to make, so basically I had no plans at first to make this really work on mobile. Whoops. But as you can see, so like when you go to portrait mode, like nothing works, right? Like stuff kind of moves and scales a little bit, but like when you try to start to go to portrait mode, it all falls apart. So if you pull this up on a phone, the main menu looks kind of like this, which is obviously no good. So I started to work on a little bit of logic to maybe make things shift around a little nicer when you kind of go into an aspect ratio that, you know, where you're taller than you are wide. So some stuff's a little screwy right now, but at least I have it I have like our play area here kind of scaling off the width of the screen now once you go to like a portrait size. So that's pretty good. It's a good start. But the idea would be like our little navigation meter is what I call this thing here that tells you what bubbles you're actually supposed to pop. That, it would be nice if that kind of like flipped sideways and went up on the top, right? That would be kind of probably optimal. Obviously, it looks everything's kind of a little weird and broken right now at the moment. But yeah, it'd be really nice if that kind of happened. So that way you could, pull this up on your phone and you'd more or less have I don't know what 16:9 is, something like that probably. So that way, you got the space up here now, the vertical space where we could put this thing. But moving this, because I'm kind of an idiot, and the way I set this thing up is just a pain. So going back and moving this over here, it's like open heart surgery right now. So channel point icon looks nice. Retro MMO, yeah, and the channel points are called bubbles now. So it's a start. You can't. The bubbles don't do anything. The points don't do anything yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Toiler, pizza, nice, nice. Oh yeah, I've got the new good job. I have the new good job emote, inspired pretty much by my wife, Big Kitty, because she always says good job because she doesn't really know what I'm talking about when I'm streaming, so she just says good job, to kind of boost my confidence, help me get through the rest of the stream. So I just created an emote off of that because I thought, hey, people could use that for other things too if they want, So we've got a good job emote. I think I went on Google Fonts, found kind of a nice blocky font, chucked it in GIMP, did some colors, shrunk it down, uploaded it to Twitch. Twitch approved it, and now it's here as an emote. And we actually unlocked a third emote slot thanks to you guys, because you guys are legendary. You're legends. And yeah, we've got a third emote slot. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, because like by the time we got to the second slot, and I was like, oh sweet, that's cool. And then all of a sudden we get up to the third slot by the time I was putting that there. So yeah, you guys are awesome. Choose the force. What is that? I guess that's an emoji thing, because it doesn't. Yeah. Sorry, choose the force. I can't tell what that is. Kodako, what's going on? Yeah, emoji cool. Gotcha. All right. So yeah, we are like I said, we're not. Hang on a second here. So, like I was saying, what we're working on at the moment. Hey, Nap, did I thank you for the follow? Did I say that 12 minutes ago? Thank you, Nap, for the follow. I know I said thank you, Tep G1 for the follow, but I wanted to make sure I got Nap in there. Yeah, so like I said, what we're doing right now is just really boring. I'm just kind of cleaning up some stuff, trying to make things a little bit better here. I'm kind of going through and undoing. Well, I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, so like I said, again, we're trying to move. Ravavir. I got it this time. Ravavir, thanks for the follow. Kodako's looking for a game. Looking for somebody. Codico, how's Speed Typer doing? How's Speed Typer doing? Rather keep my pride intact. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Trioxky and I were having a pretty intense battle there, so we blew up the leaderboard a little bit on the high end. Trioxky was decimating me. Don't get me wrong, but I was within 20 bubbles. Yeah, so okay, so what we've got right now, I've got kind of this fancy little thing. So for calculating the sizes of these, I've got like a decay rate thing that I use to kind of, so what that lets me do is like I could plug in a new number. Like I could say, instead of 3 bubbles here, let's show 4. And then like a 4th bubble would appear with the right side. Like, so it's very dynamic, which is nice, but I feel like that's causing me more problems right now because I'm kind of thinking of going just more of like a hard-coded route. Thinking of going the more hard-coded route of just having like the sizes of these, which is what I did here. So I've got like an array here of the relative like ratios of what those sizes should be. I don't know if that's the best way. At least I gave myself gave myself the equation in case I want to add or change something in the future. I can do that. But the reason why I'm also kind of thinking of undoing my nice programmatic way of doing this is because I think I'm going to be probably getting rid of this anyway, like changing up this whole thing, how we do all of this in the first place. So that's why I'm kind of like, I'm not married to it. I'm okay with cutting some things out. Dumb note, can you make it say you won or lost at the end? Actually, Ravavir, that's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. 59, close to 60. Codico, were you not that 60 that was on the leaderboard? I thought that was maybe you. The 61. Somebody wants 61 and 7. Thought maybe that was Codico. $59 is me. Okay, gotcha. Pretty sure I lost, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, actually, that's good feedback, Ravavir. I appreciate that. Yeah, because it's not always exactly clear. You always have to look right at the bubbles popped, the blue and the red, and then see if the blue is higher than the red. How does anyone do 141 and 10? It's nuts. That's Trioxky who's doing that high of a number. It's nuts. I just try to unfocus my eyes. Yeah. Yeah, when I started, I'm doing a one-on-one here if somebody joins. Exclusively Lex. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. I really do. So originally what I did was I would and again, you can hit the space bar to play. I prefer hitting the space bar. So what I did originally when I started playing is I'd always look like in this region, so I could always kind of keep an eye on this and also like keep an eye on the bubbles themselves. Just gonna get us right up in the closed ballpark here. Nice. 52 to 55. Sweet. GG's, whoever that was. I notice if I can ignore the right display and just focus on the bubbles appearing, I can do better. Yeah, so I explained how I originally did it. But the way I actually play right now is I don't even look over here. So basically I look over here just to figure out the first bubbles I need to pop. So like I'll go, okay, this. And then I pay attention to the order that the bubbles come in. So like I know green's I'm gonna go here, right? And then I'm kind of keeping track of, okay, here, whoops. I'm kind of keeping track of the bubbles as they come in. Really, that's all I'm doing. So like I just look here to get my like bearings to start, and that's pretty much it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Or I do awful. There we go. Playing somebody right now. Yeah, so it takes a little bit to get to that point to be doing it that way, but that makes playing the game a lot faster. Because you're pretty much exclusively looking here, and then only if you like really mess up, like then you can just look here and pretty quickly get your bearings again and figure out where you need to be. See how much I can rally here. Oh, 61. Kodako, is that you? Nice. Nailed it. Nailed it. 61 and 4. Yeah, you slid up there in the leaderboards too then, right? Yeah, you beat out that 61 and 7. Sweet. Nice work, Kodako. What is that? 60 and... It's 2 pops a second then, right? 30 seconds. Nice. I like it. So you're retiring now from Populus, Kodako, I guess? Kodako, how's Speed Typer going? Did you respond? I asked you that earlier. I don't know if you said anything. All of you guys should check out Kodako's stream too if you don't. I've never actually caught a Kodako stream myself. Streams on the weekends. I'm almost never on Twitch on the weekends. I'm sorry, Kodako. I'll admit it. Not proudly, but I'll admit it. I've watched some of your recorded stream. I've like gone back and like watched a few, but I've never actually been there live. All right. All right. It's going well. Working on profile pages so you can follow your improvements. Nice. Nice, nice. Sounds pretty good. I haven't been on Speed Typer in a while, actually, so I do need to go head back over there and check it out. Naris. Good to see you, Naris. What's going on? Welcome back. Whoa. XB1 Bankrolls is now following. Bankrolls or XB1. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Really do. Oh, now we have Bubbles as channel points. Yes, Naris. Still don't have anything to spend them on, but yeah, I changed the icon and the name. Yeah, and the little emoji one kind of works. The little red emoji kind of fits for that. All right. So got to get some hydrates up in here. Groupeth. Nice. Nice. I actually stay pretty hydrated. I haven't refreshed my water glass in a while, but I'm actually pretty good at that already. Retro MMO / Evan / Evan suggested the username thing because I started working on like some random username logic, and I was just kind of creating my own little list of like adjectives and nouns, and then those kind of get combined too. You like pick a random adjective, pick a random noun, and that'll be your username. for pop, so like on the leaderboard here, instead of, just the scores, we'd see like a little funny username or something next to it, right? That's kind of the idea. So Evan had the idea to maybe make that a reward. Like you can suggest a name, or you can suggest like a word or something to add in, obviously with some contingencies. But you could add a word in there, something like that. So I like that idea. I probably won't do that yet. Evan will add based. He actually suggested that right away. I remember that. He said based, and then I don't even know what based means. I've heard it used, but I don't know what it means. What about doored? What is doored? Boomer streamer. Yeah, seriously. I've learned so many words from the youngsters. Yeah, I learned about bet. Like as like short for you bet. Learned about that. All the words should just be community words appended together. Nice. Based boomer. Actually, that's a pretty good one there, Kodako. Groupith uses bet all the time. Yeah, I never heard about it. And Badger, who's like in high school, that is secondary school for those of you from Europe. So I don't know how old he is, but he's a teenager. And he used bet in like the chat, and I was like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what bet means. So I had to be educated on that. What does bet mean? It's like short for you bet, right? It's just I understand you. So you say it. You say it standalone, like you say bet. It's like I get you, I understand you, you bet. You bet I get that. Nice. So bet is like I get you. According to Groupith, yes. Yes. Hey, I'm almost to your place. Bet. Oh, you would use it in that case too? That's okay. Could be like gotcha. So it could be almost like, because I could say, hey, I'm almost to your place. Gotcha. So you could almost use it like in replacement of gotcha too. Wow. Wow. There's a couple other things that like we were talking about words that I don't know. What was I can't remember what the other ones were. Such a versatile word, yes. Bro, those shoes are sick. Bet. Gotcha. I feel like I have never heard anyone say it. So I've never actually heard anyone say it yet. So I almost like don't know like the tone of voice when you say it. I've just heard it. I've just seen it in the chat. That was like the only time I've seen it yet. So, or I've encountered it. So like I don't even know like the tone of voice people use to say it. Oh, the other one was low key. That was the other one that people, for whatever reason, saying low key in like not really correct context is like a thing now. I was low key ice skating yesterday. They're using low key as like it's like an adverb now. Yeah, those shoes are low key sick. Right, which that doesn't. I don't like that. Only use low key when something has to be low key. Yeah, I agree with you, Groupith. I don't. It's like I don't know. Like, well, when legit was what people said like when I was in high school. Like, so like 10 years ago, legit. That was like kind of cool. And now it's overused and nobody, you know, it's kind of weird to say it now. It's kind of like frowned upon to say legit now. Yeah, well, not exactly. It's just overused, I think. It's not cool anymore. But like low key, I hear that all the time. But it's like, yeah, it's like people use legit or literally. People would use literally when something wasn't literal at all. They just use it everywhere, right? It's just like an emphasis. It's just a word to emphasize something. So like low key is like the same thing. Like it's not really low key what you're saying, but like if those shoes are low key sick, that would mean like they're kind of subtle, right? The shoes are subtly cool. They're subtly sick. That's what that would mean, but that's not what people mean when they say low key. Those shoes are low key based. What does based mean? Did you guys answer that question? I've heard of based. It'd be high key sick technically. Exactly. Based is kind of like cool. Really? Do you say like a person is based, or do you say like, dude, that's based? That thing is based, or that person. I'm also an older millennial, so I'm fuzzy on the kid slang too. Yeah, I'm 28. Yeah, just turned 28. So do you use Mint? Groupith. I was just watching, my wife and I just watched, I was talking about Mint the other day because I've never heard anyone use it lately, but it's just coincidental that you say that, because I was watching Super 8, the J.J. Abrams movie Super 8 from like 10 years ago. It's a pretty good movie. I really like it. And the dynamic between the kids in that movie is awesome. It feels really realistic for the most part, I think. And the one kid who's like the movie director, he says mint all the time. He's like, "Oh, that would be mint. That's mint." And I was like, that's pretty cool to say mint. So it's fun. And I just watched that movie a couple weeks ago, like maybe not this past weekend, but the weekend before. So it's funny that you bring mint up, Groupith, because that's like the only place I've heard mint be used as a adjective. But yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of procrastinating working on this resizing garbage, because it's not a lot of fun. It's not a lot of fun, to be honest. How come that? What? That's weird. All right, so nav meter height units. Ugh, this is kind of dumb, but I kind of need to keep this. Just Googled some Zoomer words. Period T. Period. Do you ever use the device toolbar in Chrome to the left of elements? I don't really need to, because that lets you do the like the phone thing, right? I don't really need to. I don't know where I'm going. This thing here. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, I guess I could look at that. Pixel 2 XL. I have the Pixel 3 XL. Nice. Nice. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. I could just test it like that. Okay, never mind. Never mind, Kodako. You got it. That's a good idea. I mean, I don't technically need to really do it because I can just kind of do this, you know, because it'll pretty much be the same thing. So I'm not doing any like fancy pixel size things, but nice. I actually like that. Oh, Groupith said that, not Kodako. Sorry. It's often regarded as more extreme or intense version of period. Is also often preceded by the words, and that's on to add further emphasis. Huh. Sorry, I thought Kodako mentioned the devices thing. But yeah, Groupith, yes. Yeah, it is pretty nice. It is pretty nice. So actually I could use that for. Hey, that reminds me. What if I remove that one line of HTML? Where is that? Or no, the one CSS thing here. Let's paste this out here. Refresh. Oh, yes. Sweet. Okay, that's cool. So it does the double tap zoom even if you want. I have that disabled because the double tap zoom adds a bunch of latency, like 300 milliseconds. So that's awful. Like nobody wants that. So like if I get into a practice mode here, then switch. Like that's like look at how much latency there is. Like you hear my keyboard and then you see the thing. Oh, wait a minute. Something's wrong. Oh, I have to tap. Okay. Can you hear my click and then you see the thing update on screen? Oops, this one here. See how bad that is? This one. This one. Yeah, that's terrible. Whoa, why did we get not a numbers there? All right, anyway. Yeah, so I've got the CSS to disable the touch double tap zoom, and that bumps the latency up handily, which is really nice. Or that removes that extra like 300 millisecond buffer. Because I guess it defaults to like you tap and then gives you 300 milliseconds to check if you did a double tap or not. Otherwise, then it turns it into just a normal tap, which is not good for a game like this where it's fast paced. We don't have any double tap zoom. We're not going to do anything like that. No pinch zoom, double tap zoom, anything like that. So I think actually on my phone here, I'm pretty sure. Did I close that tab? I'm pretty sure that. Oh no, okay, so the pinch zoom is still. Yeah, the pinch zoom still works, but the double tap zoom is gone, which is nice. All right. All right, so. You know what? I'm just gonna, okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna keep these things going. Bubble, radius, units, get units. Okay, so we can get rid of this thing. I should get rid of this. So let's go here. Okay, so we've got 49. Oh, wait, 0.06. Yeah, that's right. 0.061. Bubble radius units. Okay, so where are we using bubble radius units? All right, hang on. I'm going to take a quick tinkle break here. Really fast. Not really fast. I might grab a snack quick too. So we'll be right back. We'll be right back here. All right, we are back. Just got to turn my space heater on. I'm a little chilly. Okay. Whoops. So, you guys got me covered with the Durana BRBs there. The highlighted, good job. Nice. Nice. All right. So, I'm trying to think about what Well, the first thing I could do, and I should have done originally, was get rid of this. It's basically all our bubbles operate in like a unit space, because that's how it works when you play multiplayer. That's, you know, people can have different screen sizes, but basically the bubbles are put in the relative to the circle based upon some sort of generic unit space, right? The problem is I actually use that same unit space for these things out here, which is kind of stupid. I don't really need that. So that's why I kind of want to remove that unit space thing, because it's just like extra computation that we don't really need anyway. It's just kind of silly. So yeah. So subtract it off center X. Let's see here. Bubble radius shrink rate, bubble radius units, bubble Y between units. This should be like, instead of Y, let's go here. Okay, so we go to bubble Y between units. All right, so this config. Okay, so let's see here. Nav meter. Okay. Okay, so bubble y between units. We could change this maybe to like bubble padding, I guess. So if we do nav bubble y between pixels. Yeah, we could change this to like bubble spacing or something, maybe. And is that a fixed number? I think it is. It is a fixed number. Yeah, like this distance is the same as this. Maybe we could, well, yeah, let's just try to figure out what that number is. So bubble, okay, config.navmeter.bubble y between units. Okay, so ooh, Control Z. This whole thing, CLG, this divided by config. Config.match.navmeter.bubble y between units times canvas wrapper.sizes.pixels per unit. Config.match.navmeter.bubble y between units times canvas wrapper.sizes.pixels per unit. Divided by right. I think this is the number I'm looking for. Let's see here. Okay, 0.035. Sounds about right. Okay, so now we're going to do like, so bubble y between units. Instead of that, we'll do padding, bubble padding ratio. 0.035 is what it was, I think. 0.035. Bubble padding ratio, 0.035. So we take config.match.navmeter.bubble y between units, canvas wrapper, pixel per unit, canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Y between pix, where do we use that? Y between pix. So we could rename this to like bubble spacing, I guess. Nav bubble spacing. Center nav meter on the y-axis. Ooh, actually, maybe we could do, I've got an idea. What if we take, we've got a height ratio. There we go. 0.338. Let's just do the same thing. Height ratio. Same as nav meter. Beautiful. Speakers are shutting off. Come on. There we go. Codico boomer confirm. Nice. Oh, did I? Yeah, same as nav meter. All right. So we're now going to express the height of this thing in units. Right? So if we do that, then if we did that, then we could say so if we specified this in height, we divide it by 3. It's getting to be a little nasty here. All right, now we're going to keep it the way it is. We're not going to do the height thing. Not going to do that. Calculate the diameters of visible bubble of nav bubbles in units. Yeah, that's just stupid. All right, I'm just going to try to go through and like rip this out now. So it'll be nav meter height units. Okay, so it'll be whoops, we're going to say let nav meter height equals 0. This is going to be pixels. And then we're going to do config match nav meter bubble radius units. Okay, so nav bubble y between pix. This should just be nav bubble props. That's fine. Nav bubble y between pix. I'm gonna get rid of that. It's going to be const nav nav bubble spacing equals config dot match dot nav meter dot wait, what did that end up being? Now I don't even remember. All right, I gotta undo this. I gotta do a CLG this divided by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Oh no, we have it. Bubble padding ratio. We do already have it. Ah, man. Okay. Not padding ratio, we want spacing ratio. Bubble spacing ratio. So we're going to say nav bubble spacing. We config that nav meter dot bubble. Oops, bubble spacing. Times canvas wrapper dot sizes dot whoops canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Okay, so units are, get rid of that. Okay, so this is going to go away. This is going to go away. Let r equal config.match.nav meter.bubble radius units times pixel radius in pixels. Calculate the diameters of the visible nav bubbles in units. Yeah, we don't want that. Nav meter height. Yeah, I guess we could say let r. I guess we say bubble. Bubble radius ratio. Whoops, CLG, do config dot config.match.navmeter.bubble. not bubble radius. Or yeah, bubble radius units times canvas wrapper dot pixels per unit. Canvas wrapper dot sizes dot pixels per unit divided by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Okay, so 0.061. Oh yeah, I already did that. I can't. 0.061 bubble radius ratio, so we don't need that. Bubble spacing ratio, bubble y between units, we don't need that. Okay. Bubble radius shrink rate, we're going to keep that. Bubble radius ratio, oh boy. All right, so then that's how we end up with nav bubble spacing, nav bubble props, that's good. Nav meter height, 0. And okay, so then for each bubble, config.match.nav meter. So we're calculating the nav meter height units. So 2, that's the diameter, times let's see. I guess we could say const first bubble radius equals config.match.navmeter. Bubble radius ratio times canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Oops, canvas wrapper. And then first, okay, so that's first bubble radius. So 2 times first bubble radius. And this would be nav meter height. And I can get rid of this console log. Brilliant. Okay, nav meter height. We figured that out. Nav meter height units. Add in the y between units as well. So then this would be nav meter height plus equals, yeah, this same thing, times config.match.navmeter. Bubble spacing ratio. Ooh, nav bubble spacing. Times nav bubble spacing. Yes. Okay. Nav meter height pix, that's going away. Finally, the first unpopped nav. First unpopped nav bubble y pix. This is all very confusing. First unpopped nav bubble y pix. So nav meter height y units. We're just going to straight up get rid of that. We're going to duplicate that. First unpopped nav bubble y. And I guess actually we'll say, what? We don't use that anywhere else? We don't use that anywhere else, then I'm not straight up get rid of this. Drogos. Good to see you, Drogos. What's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Welcome. We are doing some not super fun stuff right now, but we're getting through it. Okay, nav bubble y pix is always equal to that thing, but we're going to do canvas wrapper dot half height minus nav meter height divided by 2 plus r. Okay, what is r? Didn't we get rid of r? R is config.mesh. Bubble radius. Okay, so that's just the first radius. Okay, so first bubble r. First bubble r, so we'll use that. So instead of, whoops, we're going to straight up get rid of that one. And then this one's going to be just nav bubble y. So first unpop nav bubble y pix. No, it's going to be this. But the r, half height minus nav meter height divided by 2 plus r. Okay, so the r is actually going to be first bubble r. All right, and then nav bubble y. Canvas wrapper dot half height minus nav meter height divided by 2. Okay. So for each bubble, we're going to do nav bubbles I size dot r. Okay, this is fine. Oh. Okay, so I guess I'll do let r, and then we will do r, and we'll do r. Okay. All right, so we've got pixels per unit, yeah. Okay, so let's see. So this stuff's good. This part, we need to change this units y, units r thing. Let's just do a quick search on units y. All right, that only shows up in a couple of spots. And I guess way up here at the top. Yeah. Cool. So we can change that to ratio y. I think would be better. Calculate unit values for next iteration, const next units are. Config.mash.navmeter.bubble radius shrink rate. This is nuts. This stuff's crazy. But I think we'll end up cleaning this out quite a bit, which is good. We're just ripping the Band-Aid right off here. Got a little good neck crack in there. A little bit more. It's a good stretch. Okay. Drogos, if you're still there, what you been working on lately? Anything cool? Raspberry Pi stuff? Okay, nav bubble y pick. Okay, we do. Okay, we do need to get rid of that. Nav bubbles. Finally set the first unpopped and invisible bubble props. Oh, yeah. Oops. On my off time, been trying to make some Norwegian Arduino guides on YouTube. Fun, but no viewers. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Work-wise, lots of JavaScript and PHP. Nice, nice. Well, that's cool. It's cool you're working on YouTube stuff. RYA. Okay, that's the first one. Calculate unit values for next iteration. Let's look at something here. Akuma Ken. Kuma, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate that. Hey, buddy. How are you doing, Akuma? Norway is too small for a big audience, but fun to make for those few viewers and appreciate some in native language. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you got some people that are really appreciative of that. You have any like places you can post them around or kind of share them around more, Drogos? Doing great. I just discovered there's a section for programmers in Twitch after 3 years or so. Nice. Nice. Yeah, pretty much. It's a lot of programmers in the science and technology category. Yeah, I'll give you a demo of what I'm working on, Akuma. And anyone else maybe who hopped in that's new. No clue about marketing, just like to make stuff. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know if like you were a part of any like local things or anything that you could kind of share it around with or whatever, but would love to see. All right, yeah. So, yeah, I'm working on my game. It's called Populus. You can actually play it right now. I threw it down there in the chat. Populus.gg. So it's a game where you just try to pop as many bubbles as you can, as fast as you can. So, basically, you've got a play button and a practice button on the main menu. So the play button puts you in a one-on-one game. So I just clicked it and joined up with someone one-on-one, whoever that could be. Perhaps that's you, Akuma. But the idea behind the game is you're trying to pop as many of these bubbles that you see here as many as you can in 30 seconds. Got our timer ticking down here. And you're always popping the bubble that matches this first top right position here, so the purple color. So I hover over the purple bubble here and left click or hit the space bar, and you just keep going. You let her rip. You see how many you can get. And yeah, then at the end of the game, you see your stats in blue at the top, and then your opponent's stats on the bottom there. So I only got 7 bubbles popped, but my opponent got 31, so they destroyed me. You know, and you see like number of mistakes there and everything. We played together. Nice. Well, you figured it out already then. Seems like a nice game. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so it's just supposed to be like a little skill game, just kind of, you know, have fun, popping bubbles and whatever. And we added a leaderboard. We added a leaderboard a couple weeks ago, so you can see some pretty insane scores up there. The 141 particularly is nuts. So that's 141 pops in 30 seconds. Crazy. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. This looks great. Great work. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Akuma. I appreciate it. I really do. I really do. Those are kind words. But yeah, tech side of things. I mean, it's pretty much all the graphics and everything are pretty much happening on an HTML canvas. I'm a noob. Just got my first job as a junior software engineer, but I can admire some nice code. Oh, nice, nice. Well, that's cool, Akuma. That's cool. Good luck. Good luck with that. With the job. Congrats on the job, I guess. If you just got it. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's fun. Programming's fun. Really, I really love it. Personally. So that's why I'm doing this. I like games too. So that's where I kind of... Games and programming are like... It's a awesome blend of the challenge and fun and designing an application and just like it's like all, everything wrapped up into one. And it's got to be extremely performant too, you know. So that's where it's really, that's where I feel like it gets really, really fun. Or yeah, I was gonna say basically everything is just a canvas element that fits the full screen, and I'm just drawing graphics to the canvas with the 2D context. So just very, very, you know, basic context to work with, draw stuff on the canvas. But all of these buttons and everything, these are actual these are actual things shapes drawn onto the canvas. These aren't like HTML buttons or anything. The only thing that's HTML are these links down here. Well, programming should be fun. Fortunately, I'm in a position. I'm working with PHP, specifically PHP Symfony. If you know it and I don't like it at all. Gotcha. Yeah, I've never really done anything with PHP myself. But I've heard a lot of not so good things about it. It seems to be kind of like dying off too. Like it seems to be less and less kind of popular. Yeah, and then so the server for Populus is all just Node.js. So it's basically pretty dry. Everything I'm doing is pretty much vanilla JavaScript. Nothing, no crazy frameworks or libraries or anything. I have one package installed. Well, I have 2 packages installed in Node.js for one for handling WebSockets. So that's how all the actual communication's happening. Just all with all over WebSockets, which works nice and quickly and everything for the most part. So, yeah. I work with PHP, no framework though, and I like it a lot. Like that a lot. Nice, Drogos. Using Express. You're asking me? Oh, you're asking Drogos. I see by the double caret there. Yeah, so I'm doing some not so fun stuff right now with Populus. I'm kind of refactoring a thing that I'm kind of refactoring / destroying. Yeah, everything's going to be, yeah. It's just something that it's one of those things that's not easy to go in and just lift little pieces out of a thing. It's like the whole thing's got to get kind of ripped out. Oh yeah, I guess what I'm really working on is trying to make everything scale nicely, because portrait, there's not really any portrait mode support. So if you pull Populus up on a phone, it doesn't look so hot. So like stuff scales and everything nicely, but basically I don't have anything work nice once you go to like a portrait aspect ratio. So that's obviously a thing I want to fix. So for the most part, I got it now to actually at least kind of, so obviously everything on here is all broken right now, but you can see with the boundary circle, I'm at least starting to get some like portrait mode kind of stuff going that should work a little nicer. So we're getting there. We're getting there. WebSockets. Well, I sound stupid if I ask what WebSockets are all about. No, not at all, Akuma. No stupid questions. Yeah, I talk a little too much, like I assume everybody knows what I'm talking about too. So, you know, if I say something that sounds, if the way I say it makes it sound like it's normal, yeah, go ahead and ask. I guess that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, WebSockets is, it's basically like a really fast, like bi-directional communication you can have with websites now. Like it's relatively newer thing, I think. Technology, that is. You know, because normally, you know, if you want to talk to your web server, you know, you're making an HTTP request, that sort of thing. So like your browser typically has to just send a message up, a request up to the server every time and wait for a response or get the response back. But with WebSockets, it's like this bi-directional channel that's opened up once you start the connection, or it's like, you know, it's a connection that persists, right? Like an HTTP request, it fires, you know, you fire your data up, you get your response, and that's it, right? There's no context or like connection that's live with that. But WebSockets is like an actual like pipe that's opened up between the client and the server, and then the client and the server can send data back and forth whenever they want. So that works great for games when, you know, you need to send up, you know, a bunch of data or something, a bunch of input data from the client, from the browser up to the server, or you need the server to like just randomly send some messages down. Like it works really nice in that for like online game kind of stuff. So you'll see WebSockets used a lot with like kind of real, you know, a lot of more like, oh yeah, you said it right there, like real-time communication. I mean, like talking on the phone between two humans type of thing. Yeah, I think if you were doing, yeah, I mean, you totally could use it for that. I want to say maybe there's some other, are there like some other kinds of streaming? WebSockets for text, WebRTC for audio video. Yes, that's what I was trying to think of, WebRTC. Yeah, because if you're going to do something like that over WebSockets with video, you'd have to pretty much be doing like the video encoding and everything yourself, that sort of thing. So that's obviously, it's kind of things in place for that as far as web stuff goes. Nice, not even 10 minutes here. Got some info. Feels like this is a place to stay. Hey, thanks, Akuma. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Where's the donation button? No. No. I'm humbled by your gesture, Akuma. Here we go. I actually don't have a donation button. Is that a thing you can set up with Twitch? Is like donations, just straight up donations? Might have to check that out at some point, but. Yeah, so I guess back to our not so fun stuff right now. Okay, nav bubble y units. It's not defined, right, because we got rid of anything relating to units. Yeah, this is turning out to be quite the annoyance to kind of undo this. Nav bubble y units. Making a file browser in PHP. Admin framework that one uses WebSockets to push changes from the file system to the clients that have the file browser open. That way, we'll see when someone uploaded a file instantly. That's what you're working on, Drogos? It's pretty cool. Or that's what you're saying. I guess that's what you're saying. I'm making a file browser in PHP. That is one part of it, yes. Nice. Sweet. Okay, so where are we getting that error again? Nav meter 162, nav bubble props dot push radius y, nav bubble y, alpha 1 units. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just straight up get rid of the units thing here. Finally set the first unpopped. Okay. Calculate the diameters of the visible nav bubbles in units. You know what? We could just do nav bubble props dot push. Nav bubble props I. Oh, nav bubbles I. Set that stuff. Then the nav bubble props push. We could do this up here. Here's what we could do. Let's do this. Nav meter. Okay. Yes. All right. So we're going to do. We're going to go up here. We're going to do const r or new radius. Const new r is going to equal r times this. And then that's going to add in the diameter. And then we're going to do, okay, so then we're going to do nav bubble props dot push. We're going to push on the new thing, but we're not going to do wait a minute. R. Oh, I guess we could do R equals new R. I guess we could just say nav bubble y 0, a equals 1, units y. Okay, so instead we're going to change this to r ratio. And that's going to equal I guess I have to do it this way for right now. R ratio and Y ratio. I guess we can make that 0 for right now. And then instead of nav bubble props dot push, we do nav bubble props I dot. Okay, we already got the R. Let's see here. Calculate pixel values for next iteration. Calculate unit values for next iteration. Calculate pixel values for next iteration. Then we can get rid of all of that. We can move nav bubble y. Where's r get set? So we could maybe just straight up move this up here. So we could do R. And then instead of nav bubble y, we could make this y. And then we could do and then new R. Okay. This new R divided by canvas height. Is that right? Yes, that is right. So we can do nav bubbles I size.r. Okay, so we could do nav bubbles I dot size dot r equals new r, right? Nav bubbles I dot pose dot y equals nav bubble y. Plus the space. Okay. So we say nav bubbles I dot pose dot y. Right? Pose dot y equals y. Guess I'm getting a little sleepy now. And then initialize. Okay, then we call init on this. So nav bubbles I dot init. Excellent. And then we could pretty much do the same thing. Y alpha is 1, y ratio So y ratio is going to need to be y divided by now wait a minute. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. We'll do that. And then we need to update. Okay, so we already do the new R. Then we knew, so we update that. Then we need to just do then we just need to update. So we already get the next radius. We just need to get the next y. So we take the current radius plus the spacing. Ugh. Oh, this is nasty. Okay, so the y. So we need to take the next radius. Plus R. Well, when I go back to code I wrote months ago and was like, WTF was I thinking? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Definitely am a boomer. Nice, Kodako. I'm a boomer. I don't know any of these phrases and stuff. We're all boomers at heart. All right, this. Yeah, I guess I just need to take this thing. I just need to do this logic again. It's kind of annoying, but. Well, actually, what if we did it? We maybe could get away with it here. Let's do. Yes, we could do that. Or wait, no, we don't need to do it up there. That would be dumb. We don't need to do it there. We just do it plus R times R, and then we get rid of new R. We don't need new R anymore. And then we move this whole thing. We just say R times equals. And then this just becomes R. This just becomes R. This just becomes R. Yes. Okay, so we operate with the first R, then we modify R at the end of the loop. Yes. Yes, this is perfect. Whoa. Oh, then add in. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I think we can comment out this loop. And now bubble props just needs to push the first unpopped and invisible prop. I guess we could do let our ratio equal this thing. Guess we could do that. Then just update this at the end. We could just do let our ratio, it would first equal that first ratio. Then after we update, then our ratio equals that. Yes. I think that's good. All right. Calculate. Hopefully this is more clean. Okay, so then this is the last step. Nav bubble y pix, which I guess is just the next y. Ooh, wait, we're not updating the y position. We didn't update the y position. All right, so we need to do y constant next r times this. Nav bubble y pix plus equals r plus nav bubble y between pix plus next r. R. Okay, that's right. That's right. Oh, we kind of need to do it. Okay, so nav bubble y pix is going to plus equal that current radius plus the spacing plus the next radius. Okay, so we need to do yeah, we need to do basically const next r. Oh boy. Oh wait, that's not good. No, wait, that is good. Hang on. Wait a minute. So if I do, okay, the shrink rate, yeah, so 0.061 times 0.7 equals that times 0.7. Yes. Okay. We don't even need to do math.pow anymore. We just do const next r equals r times that current r, and then, or wait a minute, yeah, then r equals next r. Nav meter height plus equals oh, I guess we actually, no, we should just do times equals R ratio times equals the shrink rate. Yeah. That's the better way to do it. Okay, and then we need to do R. So we're going to say Y plus equals Y plus equals that plus equals the spacing, nav bubble spacing plus next R. Okay. All right, I think we got it. This is kind of crazy, but I actually think we got it. Y rate, yeah. This thing is a little weird, and I don't think this is going to work, but I think we got it. Maybe. Oh yeah, except this last one we still need to do. Nav bubble y units. I guess we just do this. Just going to do y over, because we're going to update the next y. We're going to update the next r. Yeah, so we're going to do this. We got units R. We got A is 0. Units Y. Y is Y still. All right. All right, let's see if we got something here. I think it's possible that we have something. Units R is not defined. Oh, it's R ratio now. Nav meter 187. R ratio. And this is supposed to be Y ratio. Nav meter height pix is not defined. All right, I thought we got rid of, oh. Nav meter height. I think we got it. The only problem is the resizing is going to be screwed up now. So let's do, well, actually, hang on. What did I just do there? This is just nav meter height. All right, so stuff works actually with this now, which is kind of nice. It's all in the wrong. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. I mean, obviously we're way off to the side here. I got to figure that out, but the logic works, and we got rid of, we kind of went in and ripped out the old junk that we really don't need anymore. Sweet. So actually, let's actually legitimately get rid of the old junk now. Nav. Okay, so the X position is something we need to figure this one out. So we could just hard code it right now. We could just say 50. Okay. That's stupid. All right, so we can get rid of this. Oh boy. Get rid of all the commented out stuff. We can get rid of all of these. Center nav meter on the y-axis. Calculate the diameters of the nav bubbles. Get rid of that. Add in the spacing as well. Yeah, we got rid of all of this. Nice. I think that's a lot shorter than it was. Let's see the diff here real quick. Well, not that much. We got rid of it. Actually, most of it is the stuff we already got rid of. I would say we got 30 lines shaved off there for the most part. That's not bad. All right, so it's still kind of ugly, but yeah, it works. And it's still dynamic. Actually, that makes me think. It's not. How come everything is down? All right. Yeah, for whatever reason, this stuff is like, so I guess this thing didn't work. Oh, that's because we don't know what the nav meter height is. Ah, that's why. That's why. Oh boy. Wow, I just undid. I knew there was going to be one thing that I missed. And that's, that kind of sucks because I kind of just undid a bunch of stuff. Bubble pose X units. We kind of got rid of that, didn't we? Bubble pose X units. Oh, okay. Yeah, this we need to change. Bubble pose X units. Nav meter bubble pose X units. I'm just going to straight up get rid of this. Nav meter bubble pose X units. Why do we have that in a variable? Nav meter bubble pose X units. Prog. Nav meter bubble pose X units. Prog meter width units. Get rid of all of that stuff. Okay, nav meter height picks. Do we really not use that anywhere? Okay, I guess we don't use that. We can get rid of it. I like it. Nav bubble destructed. Why? Yeah, see, actually, that should get updated. I guess. Well, all right, that's a little. Nav meter height. Do we do anything with the nav meter height? We use it up here. That's the problem. So maybe we just don't update the Y positions yet. First of all, that's all going to go away, get changed anyway, because it needs to be Y and X positions. All right, I got to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back. Thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate it. All right. We are back. Okay, so yeah, I think we're going to have to do, I think we're going to have to do, ooh. Actually, we could do everything at 0. We could set y. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to set let y equals 0. So we just set it to 0. Whoa, 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 whoa. So the y position will be 0. We'll calculate the bubble positions all based upon off of oriented at 0. And then we'll just loop over all the bubble positions and update them once we know like the y offset. And we just add that y offset into everything, and then we're good. Add in the spacing as well. Okay, so then basically we've got all those positions set off, and then we do nav meter height. And we do CLG, or wait a minute. We do, I guess we would do another for loop. Let I equal 0, I is less than fig.match. Or I guess, yeah. Fig.match.nav meter dot bubble count I plus equals 1. And then we loop for each of those bubbles. And then we would just do nav, or wait a minute. So nav meter height, and then we would have const nav meter y offset is going to equal nav meter height. This thing. Right? Is going to equal half of the height minus half of the height of. Yes. So that's the y offset. And then we would just do nav bubbles I dot pose dot y plus equals nav meter y offset and nav bubble props I dot y plus equals nav meter plus equals the same exact thing. All right, so then does that? Nope, not quite. We're off by like a radius there, it looks like. How? Oh. There we go. That's the thing. You always look back at your code that you wrote, like what you were saying, Blue. Love when you look back at code you wrote months ago and think WTF. And the thing is, like, a lot of the time, you like always want to think that you're smarter now than you were then. So you're like, oh, I was dumb to do it this way. But a lot of times, like, you really weren't that much smarter, and you did it the way you did it, and then you change it because you think, oh, yeah, I was dumb then. I should have done it this way. That'd be so much better. And then stuff breaks because you're like, oh, actually, back then I did think there was something I thought of that I didn't think of now. That's how it goes, I guess. I spilled a bunch of water. Okay. All right, now I guess let's look at the resizing stuff, the resizing logic, which is pretty simple. Okay, so prop.r. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so this is going to change. Prop.r ratio times canvas wrapper dot canvas or dot ctx canvas wrappers dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Again, this will have to change. All right, so y ratio. I don't know. This is a little weird. Nav bubbles at 4 each. Why do we do that for each nav bubble? Okay, I'm just going to hard code 50 pixels for right now. All of that stuff's good. That's good. Okay. So I want to see what happens here when we try resizing. Okay, so that bricked, that pretty much bricked our All right, so we're getting there. We are getting there. How did we do this before? Oh, wait a minute. I think I know. Yeah. Okay, so y ratio. Yes. So we'll just set these to 0. And then we'll do nav bubble props I dot y ratio. Okay, maybe that'll do it. There we go. Okay. We got it now. We got it. Well, almost, right? Okay, so now we need to actually look at like rotating it sideways once we go portrait. Calculate the diameters of the visible nav bubbles. Okay. All right. Okay, so we need to trying to think of where do we start first. Because basically if we flip sideways, that's where we go. That's where we go the opposite way. So the radii stay the same. Those don't change depending on the orientation. Basically, the y position, the y and the x values flip. Okay, so our x, the thing is right now we don't have an x-axis position for this. I just have a hard-coded 50 pixels. So it's always 50 pixels no matter what the size. So the Y stuff works. How does the progress meter work? Progress meter has a, or the hourglass has a offset X, subtracted off center X. All right, so let's do offset X ratio. Let's do that same thing. Offset X ratio. And then I'll make it 0.498 as well. 498. And we're going to say subtracted off center X in landscape mode. Landscape orientation. And then we need like a Y as well for portrait orientation. All right, so offset X ratio, we're going to try the 0.498 or whatever. I think I deleted the other one, so I think I kind of need to eyeball it now. All right, so I guess I could come in here and say config.offset config.match.navmeter.offset x ratio 0.498. That's not what I want. Wasn't thinking. All right, this is times canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Oh. Subtracted off center. We need added off center. Oh, okay, hang on. Okay, too much. Okay, too. These used to be what, 1350? I think it used to be 1350. So if I take like CLG 1350 times, we did 1350 units, but that's 1350 units times, that's units, pixels per unit. So we, times pixels per unit. Times pixels per unit times 1350 times canvas wrapper size pixels per unit divided by divided by .472. Okay. So that means that is 0.472. So that needs to be added into half the width. So that ratio. Okay, so 1350. Actually, let's do this. So it needs to be 1350 times, I think, 1350 plus half width. That's got to be it. Bet you that's it. Yes. Okay. So it's got to be so 0.472. .472 added off center x. Okay. So we do this, but plus canvas wrapper dot half width. Oh boy. All right, so that should do it. There we go. Okay. And then we just need to make sure we do the same thing here up at the top. All right. I'm kind of just restoring things back to the way they were without the units thing. All right, there we go. Look at that. Oh boy, that's not right. Okay, so the Y position of that little guy down in the bottom is not right now. So it needs to be, okay, Y. So we need to guess we could do Y plus, whoops. And the Y ratio is going to be, I guess we need to do const invis Y is going to equal this. And then invis Y divided by, let's see if that does it. Sweet. All right. So we got that now. And did I try the resize? All right. All right, I think it is basically restored to the way it was before. Which doesn't make me feel too good about myself, but some things are more clear, I think. We at least got rid of the units thing, which I think was, yeah, not necessary at all. Really confusing. So, all right. So now I really do need to think kind of hard about how this thing's actually going to work. So okay. Okay. So the position. Okay, let's look at this here. Let's change our time to like 3,000. Because what I'm thinking is like the relative. These could just switch, so the Y positions of these could just flip to being like the X positions. Right? Like let's just see what would happen if we did that. Let's just take like, let's go to the resize. Update size and pose, so we can say if seek canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation. Then, like, let's just switch. I guess I'll do if $100. Well, wait a minute here. Maybe not a. It would be y equals 100, and then this would be an if canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation. Then do what we're doing. Otherwise, it's going to be b dot pose dot x equals prop dot y. So then I think we could just, or wait, we could say if canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation, else, so this one's up here, this one's down here, and we're doing canvas dot width. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens here. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Sweet, except our, the radiuses are not. The radii, those also need to go off of, that's right. Oh, yeah, that should go here, and then that should also go here. Yeah. Wow, this, if this is all I could, if I could get away with this. Come on. Okay, that's wrong. But we're almost there. Okay, we're almost there. Oh, now they're there. Okay. So the resize part works almost, and it switches. Like you go there, it's there, you go there. All right, now it can't be, well, okay, that's the thing. We're doing like this. We are doing this nasty 100. Yeah, we're doing this, which is not good. Okay, so we need to do a offset X ratio, but we need to do an offset Y ratio. Offset Y ratio, I have no idea. Added off center in landscape orientation. All right, I need to do some more fancy math. Okay, so 1350. What is 1,000? Oh, we need to do 1,000 minus 1350, right? Negative 350. I should have known that. Negative 350. So we're going to go negative 350. How did I do that again? Oh boy. We go CLG. Oh, no. We go CLG negative 350 times canvas wrapper dot pixels, canvas wrapper dot sizes dot pixels per unit. So that would give us why is this so hard? Gives us the number of pixels. Negative 98 pixels. Then, well, okay, so we don't care about negative. It's 350. Then divided by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. 0.122 0.122 but then subtracted. Okay, so I think I need to do offset Y ratio is going to be 0.122, and this will be subtracted off center Y in portrait orientation. I think that's what we want. Okay, so back up to the update size and pose. This stuff's good. So here where we do expose, we need to do if let expose, and then we do if canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation. We do this. Else we do this. We do config dot match dot nav. We are getting there. We are getting there, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been boring. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. So this is expose. Yeah. I know it's been boring, but we're getting there. Expose equals. Okay. So this is going to be config.navmeter.offset y ratio, but then subtracted from half height. It's all clear to me now. And then, okay, then we don't, yeah, then we can get rid of, whoops, we just do this, right? All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Practice. All right, so we're going to go slowly to portrait mode. And we went to portrait mode. And that is completely wrong. What in the world? What's going on with that staggering? I must have messed something up. Obviously. Now, yeah, because wait a minute. This totally worked before. Or wait a minute. No, I guess. Oh, we like set everything to that hard-coded position. All right, but that doesn't make any. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Ah. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is where I did it wrong here. Oh boy. All right. I think we're almost there. So we'll CLG expose. Did I do? Okay, match chemistry. Oh, this needs to be times width. Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe that was all it was. No. Okay, well, we went negative. All right, so that is a start. And then we snap back to power. Okay, so that's the problem. We're like really far negative. Okay. All right, why are we going negative here? So, let's see. Match Y ratio. Unless that number is wrong. Okay, so we do that Y ratio. Let's just do this. We're going to not subtract half of the height. Just see what happens here. Okay. Yeah, oh, I can't. Okay, if we do. Oh, wait a minute. What if this, okay, hang on. What if this is the number I'm supposed to do? 1 minus 0.122. Let's try that. So whatever that inverse is. Let's try that real quick here, because maybe that, now that I think about it. All right, so here we go. Practice mode. All right, we switch to portrait. No, that's not right. We're going off the center now, but not the right way. That's weird. All right, so why can't I think of this? Okay, let's think of this just logically here. So we want it to be the same distance from the edge of the circle, but on top, right? Once we switch to portrait mode. We just want to like snap to that, right? So like literally as if you just rotated this, pretty much as if you just rotated this whole thing like 90 degrees this way, counterclockwise. Except obviously we're not rotating these bubbles. We're just like rotating this thing around the center of this, right? That's what I want. Is that too much to ask? So to center this, to make this thing work off center, when things get resized, you have a ratio of this to the screen height or whatever, and then you add that number to the center of the screen, the center of the x-axis, whatever the middle of the screen, or the center of the whatever I'm trying to say. So like there's the number of pixels from here to there, from here to the center of the screen is like, we save that, we calculate that, we've got that as a ratio. So that's like what I'm doing for the other thing, but I feel like I've got like the wrong number or something. Well, let's go back. Okay, so maybe we just go back. Okay, canvas wrapper. It's got to be minus because we're going up. Whereas with X, we're going up, which is minus. So minus half height. Right? Wait a minute. Okay, we want to do. Let's just try something like this. Something like 0.5, and then that. Why? Yeah, why is it moving? Yeah, it's like moving inverse of what we want. The sizes and everything are right? We've got now the want to make Yammer together, yet another messaging application. Cannot find any that I find to be simple and nice out there. Nice. True that. There's always a million. There's a million of them, but never one that actually works. Yeah, a nice WebSockets fast one. Something like that. Ooh, okay. I also thought of another. Well, okay, I got another problem with what. Well, we'll get to that. Okay. 0.5 subtracted off the y. What if I tried this? Just for kicks. That's weird. I guess. All right, why am I not able to think about this? It's complicated, I guess. It's not really that complicated. I'm just an idiot. It's like we start on 0 and then start going negative almost. It's console. Are we console logging all these again here? Let's see. Yeah, we shoot to net like 0 and then go negative from that point on. It's like, what's happening? Minus half height. Why is this so hard? Offset y ratio. All right, if we've got BRB, no worries, Drogos. Take your time. Oops, didn't want to do that. All right. Okay. Hmm. Okay, why is this not? As this gets taller, okay, this might be our problem. As this gets taller, you know what? It should just be something off. Yeah, it just needs to be some sort of number off the top. That's got to be what it is. So we want to do .05, I don't know, something like that. 0.05. Actually, no, is it 0.122? Maybe it's 0.122. Let's try 0.122 and then this and not this. That's got to be it. That's got to be it. All right, so we bring her in here and then nope, not it. Not it at all. It's not changing. Why does it not change? Oh, wait, it does need to be off the height. Don't it? All right, let's try this. No, that's not it either. Why can't I think of how to do this? It's crazy. It shouldn't be that hard. Welcome back, Drogos. You think more about that Yamma? All right, this really doesn't make any sense. I can't. Maybe it's just my brain can't handle this right now, maybe. Because if, okay, so what are we taking? We're taking the y ratio. So we're subtracting that times the, and then we're subtracting half of the height in pixels. So this needs to be something more like 60 point. Something like that, right? Am I right? I guess I could look at what the values are that come out of this. All right. That's like better, I guess. It needs to be the opposite. It needs to be, why does it, subtracting half. Wait, don't tell me. That doesn't make any sense. No, yeah, that's not right either. It looks better, but it's not right. Let me see if I can actually play the game like this. Oh, no, you can't yet. You can't yet, because you do this and it's all screwed up. All right. Three, two, one. Used to be like some number down here. 0.6 of the height. Oh, why can't I do this? Subtracted off center x, offset x ratio. Let's look at the hourglass and see what we're doing for that. This is starting to drive me crazy. Hourglass. Okay, so the resize for that we do. Oh, that's it. You do the thing minus. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh, I was doing it, but that's why everything's all screwed up. I was just doing it backwards in my head. Because with plus addition doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the addition happens on this side or this side of these two things multiplied together. I was just, oh, you got to be kidding me. So I'm going to just line these up. So it's got to be all right, so added off, added to center X. Okay, so subtracted off. Yeah. Okay. All right, this has to be it. Yes, that's it. Okay, but we just have a random number. Okay, so we got the right thing now because I just did the right math. But we have a ridiculous multiplier there. Let's do this thing again. I think this is what we want. Okay, never mind. We need something smaller. Okay. We're 350 units out. We need to be 350 units up. Are you working on the mobile version now? Yeah, not necessarily the mobile version, but just kind of like portrait support. So we're getting there. We're getting there now that we kind of have some like actual portrait-y kinds of like we're getting our little nav meter thing here to flip onto the side on top. And I'm having a lot of trouble. But it's just math. Actually, I mean, technically, yes. You could say it is the mobile version because just trying to support portrait by extension, supporting, opening it up in a phone on a portrait device kind of thing. All right. How do we do this? So 1,000 units. Okay, so let's do this. Oops. Create. Okay, so 1,000 units, 1,350, so 350 units. 1,000 units in the radius. 1,000 CLG. Okay, so the height of the screen, 1,000 units is 0.35 the height, right? Yeah, that's the radius. So 1,000 units is 0.35 the height. 1,000 units is 0.35. So 1,350. So let's so what? 1,000 times 0.35. Wait, no, that doesn't tell me anything. I need to do 0.35. 350 units up. Okay, so 1,000 units is 0.35. So times 1,000. Okay, so there's 2,857 units in the entire height of the screen. Divided by, or wait, yeah, so copy that. Where's the answer? Isn't there an answer key? Okay, so 350 divided by, am I doing this right? .122. Oh yeah. Okay, that's where I got the .122 from. Okay, so I'm back to kind of where I was with that. Okay, so that's where I got the .122. But what does it look like right now again? Yeah, it's okay. It's way too. Okay, so 1,000. Oh, when we switch, that's no longer applies. That's right. Okay. When we switch to portrait mode, it's no longer 1,000 units. 1,000 units is no longer in the height. That's right. So our pixels per unit number changes then. Config.mesh.playArea radius units. Oh, well, I guess we change it technically. Pixels per unit. $13.50. So we take 1350. We get 1350 pixels per unit. Hang on, I'm onto it. I'm onto something. Okay, so we go back up here. We go back up to our resize. We do CLG 1350. We know we have 1350 units. So you do 1350 times pixels per canvas wrapper dot sizes dot pixels per unit. Okay, so that'll give us the number of pixels in 1350. Wait a minute, it's got to be subtracted from. So it's 1350 is 1350, but we got to subtract it from the center Y. So we'll do that, and then we'll do the same thing subtracted from, or then I think. All right, I don't know what I'm looking at. Canvas wrapper dot half height minus 1350. Actually, I guess we take this and we divide by the width. What? We don't need this anymore. All right. Practice. 0.3. Okay, this is not what I'm looking for. All right, why is this so hard? 1350. How many units did we say are in a full? It's 35. Okay, we did. What did we do? We did. There's 1 divided by 35, or 1 divided by 0.35. 0.35. So that's times 1,000. So that's how many units are in the height of the screen. Or in the width of the screen, I guess, too. When we flip to portrait mode, technically in the width of the screen. 282,857. So I need to take 1,300. Or actually, so let's divide this by 2. So 1428. And then 1350. Okay, I guess this minus 1350. 78. So we do 7857 times pixels per unit. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Pixels per unit. Okay, let's do something here. Let's do ctx.canvas wrapper. So if we've got 40 pixels times 0.5 pixels per unit, so it's 20 pixels per unit, so 20 divided by 0.5, 20 divided by 0.5. Bingo. This is some insane calculating in my brain right now. Insane. I think I'm just a little too zonked to figure it out, to be honest. Really shouldn't be that hard. And I'm kind of like, I'm in that mindset of like, I just want to get past this. So I keep like doing dumb things rather than you're just going to like, it's got to be this. It's got to be this. This should be the quick thing. All right. So let's just print. Okay. So 4,000 pixels per unit. We keep going. And then at some point we just flip hard there. Okay, so at this, whoops. That doesn't make any sense. Units. Oh, that's because I did it wrong. All right, so we're going to do math. Dot round. I can help nothing with the calculating. Feel just as you explained now when I have to do that kind of stuff. All right. Well, yeah, and it's just, it's not even that. I don't, it's probably not that bad, but just for me, for right now, it's just like, all right. I just want to see these numbers printed on screen right now. That's what I want to see. All right, so I'm going to print the number of units. The number of units wide the screen is and the number of units tall the screen is. Why? There's not really an exact reason why I'm doing that. Okay, yes, so when I change, yes, so exactly when I change the width of the screen, the number of units in the width of the screen changes, but not the number of units in the height, because this is, the radius of this circle is 1,000 units always, so 2,000 units diameter, and the height of the screen, none of that's changing when we change the, like that, right? So we're at 2,857 units, which is that number we reached in our calculator, 2,857. Because the diameter of this thing is always supposed to be 70% of the width, height, or the height of the screen at first in landscape mode. I know it does not make it better though, and it's supposed to be easy. Yep. Yes, so this 2,857 units is always going to be the number. Yes, it's always going to be that number. The number of units in the height of the screen is always going to be 2,857 until we flip to portrait mode. And then it's going to be, okay, so let's flip on over to portrait mode here. And then we'll see the width gets stuck. And the width gets stuck at 2,500 units because we have a slightly wider circle. I think I'm doing, the diameter of the circle is 80% of the width of the screen, I think. And that's to accommodate mobile phones a little bit more. Okay. Right. Okay, so now wait a minute. The width is always 2,500 units. The height is fluctuating, right? Okay. All right, so again, 2,500 units tall. 1,350 units off center. Why is this that hard? 1,350 units. Okay, 1,350. Let's do this. We got this. 1,350 divided by 2,500. Oops. Help if I hit the divided key. Divided by key. The slash. 2,500. 0.54. Okay. So 0.54 of the width is, okay, hang on. Yeah, 0.54, but then we're going up. So that the 0.54 is the ratio. Yes, that's it. It's 0.54. I hope. Yeah, because this is way too much. The 0.6 was closer, but the 0.54, that's got to be it. Man, that was not supposed to take that long. All right, is it going to be it? Am I right? Am I right? All right, so we're going to... Yes. Okay, so there's a little bit of a gray area when you reach like the square, the perfectly square part of the screen between portrait and landscape where it's going to be kind of ugly. That'll be good enough for now. I mean, for now, portrait is awful anyway, so it's okay that we have just this little bit of gray area between when you're really at like a square. Because you're never going to be, nobody has a square monitor. 4x3 is what, like... Uh, 4x3 would be like... If we have 1,000... yeah, my brain is not working. All right, so we go 1,000. Let's go 1,000 wide. $750. Yeah, I just pulled out the calculator to do 3 divided by 4. I'm a little... my head's not exactly working right now. Okay, so 750 by 1,000. That's 4x3. Yeah, so 4x3 is totally not square, right? Everybody likes to think it's square, but it's really not. And that's plenty. So if you were playing Populus on a 4x3 monitor, don't know why you would, you'd be totally fine, right? It's when you start to approach an actual square that you really kind of run into some weird issues. But then once you hit the square, then it flips to portrait mode, and then you have to kind of keep going more towards portrait mode to be a little more comfortable. All right. Very cool. Can I test? Oh, how do we? Yeah. All right, that's a little too. I mean, we're getting there, but that's still a little too. Okay, I rotated, but it didn't change. Yeah. Oh boy. Wait, was I on my local Populus? There we go. Wow, we can totally go a little bigger on that. So on my phone, I don't want to bring my phone up on there again, but because that's going to screw up the camera exposure. But that's looking pretty good. But yeah, I think we can beef up the circle even a bit. We can do, where was that? Yeah, we did 0.45 before, I think. So we did a slightly beefier circle when you go portrait mode. Maybe that's too much. What does it look like this? Ooh, yeah, actually, that's kind of a problem. Wait a minute. What are we at? Maybe let's do something like that. I don't know what happened there. All right, and then everything's broken when we go there. Yep. Then it kind of somehow goes back to that. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. 2353. Yeah, so I need to do 1350 divided by 2353, 2353, 0.573, 0.574. Okay, so this needs to be 0.574 now. Yeah, that's better, I think. All right. Nice. Okay. All right, so next step is actually making it work, because right now it doesn't actually work. If I start popping bubbles here, everything's all screwed up. So the animations and everything are all configured to move along certain axis, move along the y-axis, so that's kind of the problem. All right, well, that's pretty good. Okay, so we need to do Drogos. We'll see ya. We'll see you in the next one. Thanks for hanging out, man. I always appreciate it. Always do. All right, I think I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. Woo! We are back. All right. All right. Well, I need to figure out a little bit of a better way to get... Because basically what I'm doing is like I'm flipping when we're in landscape mode and we go to portrait mode, or I say mode, but you know, when the screen is wider than it is tall, and when we go vice versa, when it's taller than it is wide, when we're flipping between portrait and landscape, I'm just flipping like the X and Y values actually. And that kind of gives us that rotation. Without actually having some sort of, you know, rotation, which is really nice. It just kind of works. Like all I had to do was just flip like the values in 3 different places, and our rotation when we shrink to portrait mode works. So we go and then boom, there we go. So, and that's totally, I think the way it is totally good enough for right now. So the other thing would be, well, okay, so that's only affecting things when the code that runs on the resize is only affected right now. Is the only code I changed to do that. So the function that runs whenever the screen resizes is basically what's doing that. Is this? So basically when you click and pop bubbles, it doesn't, that code is not updated to do everything properly yet. So we end up with all these weird things. Or if you start the game in portrait mode, portrait orientation, it won't work until you actually move the screen. Then boom, snaps there. So we got to fix that in like 2 locations basically. Well, it's going to be more than that because there's going to be some animation stuff that needs to get changed too. So, Snake Man, what's going on? Good to see you. All right. Okay. So I'm going to see what I can do about changing this. Okay. Well, okay, so for what we're doing for right now anyway is kind of weird. And like some things are referred to as just the y-axis only when it should be, now that it's flipped, now it's the x. prop.y. Okay, so we update each nav bubble property. So we update the properties on resize. We update the properties of these things, which we only store. We store a radius. We store the radius of that bubble. We store the Y position, and that's all we update when we change the screen, when the screen resizes. Yeah, so I'm starting to think like maybe I could just do like a search on Y ratio. Y ratio, that's elsewhere. Okay, subtract it off. Okay. Snake Man, we got a new emote actually too. Got the good job now. Joanna GJ. I do like the toilet though. Oh man, good neck crack there. Okay, so this is kind of ridiculous. Okay, that's for the scoreboard. Nav meter config. Where does that exist in here? What? Scoreboard. Okay, for scoreboard. Sweet. Love me a good neck crack. Nothing much better than that, than a neck crack. There's a little pop there. Okay, so that's for the scoreboard. So there's a couple spots here where we call Y ratio. So we could just name this to be dim ratio, dimension ratio, or something generic like that. I think that's what we could do. Okay, so if we go down here, we could just start by calling these dim ratio. Dim ratio, dim ratio. And then up here, dim ratio, dim ratio. And then we're done. Oops. We're making this work on mobile now, Snake Man. We're trying to. So you'll be able to like play portrait mode basically, like on a screen size that's kind of like a phone. Then you'd be able to like the thing would kind of flip. Doesn't exactly do that, but that's kind of the idea. Because I didn't want to do phone mobile support at first, but I'm kind of like, I don't know, it might be kind of fun. Might be kind of fun to do it. And I'm kind of just adding this in to like give it a shot and like try to actually play the game, because you can't even like play the game right now really the way it is right now, like because you can't see this, you can't like get started. It's hard to like actually get into a groove at all. All right, so wait, what was I even looking at right now? Oh, we were gonna refresh, right? All right, so everything still works fine. We're using this thing dim ratio now. Prop Y. Oh, okay, so it needs to be prop.dim now too. Yeah, that's what we should call it, because it might flip. So dot, okay, this is going to need to be let, instead of y, we're going to have to call this dim. Dim, dim, dim. I guess let's do a find replace. Find y whole word. There we go. Dim, 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 dim. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Dim, dim. Calculate relative dim positions first image. Okay. So we're going to replace with dim. Oh my goodness, if I typed it right. There we go. Dim? Is dim the right thing? I'm like using that as like dimension, but maybe it's like, maybe it should be axis or something. Nah. Okay. Make sure everything works. Actually, no, it's not going to work. Because we need to go up here. Oh boy, wait a minute. Did I like screw up a bunch of stuff here? Hope not. Oh, I did. Okay, Control Z. Control Z. Okay, we need to just do it in here, like from here down. So find Y, we're gonna replace with dim, whole word. There we go. And then up here, uh-oh. It did it again. It didn't find it in selection. Okay, Control F. Find in selection. All right, that was my bad. I didn't do it. Here we go. Dim, replace. Done. Awesome. All right, and it should still show Y up here. Yes. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be prop.dim. Prop.dim. Okay, that's good. So in theory, actually, we should be good again. Once it starts playing, everything's going to be screwed up. Okay. All right, so why did it initially start up there at... Okay, it started all screwed up. Let's look at that real quick. Dim equals R. Oh, nav bubbles. I did make one mistake there. All right. Okay, actually, some stuff is still screwed up there. Nav bubbles. There we go. Nav bubbles. Okay. All right, so that should have taken care of that too. There we go. All right, can we make this any better? Let's look at update. Okay, update size and pose. Can we make this more? Because we've got all these if statements out. We've got like 3 if statements where we're checking the orientation, and then we're doing something based upon the orientation. We got 4 spots where we're doing that. So it'd be a lot nicer if we could get rid of all of those and maybe just make it like... let's see. Yeah, so this one needs to be like non-prop dim or something like that. Wow. Why is this so complicated? All right, maybe, okay, so if, else, this is kind of, we kind of need to do this. This one we pretty much need to do as well. I don't know. We kind of just need to do all of these. Maybe I can think of a better thing to do later, but without having like totally separate functions, like a function that runs when the screen is in, like having 2 different two different screen resizing functions. Like one set that runs, like a set of events that runs for when the screen is resized and it's in portrait mode, and a set of functions that run when the screen is resized and it's in landscape mode. You know, like we could have that, but there would be some things that don't really care. Well, I don't. That just sounds a little too ridiculous. And I mean, it'd be less calculation, whatever, but I don't know if I really care. I feel like we've got the resize part done. Let's just move on from the resize for now. There's not really any reason to have this as a function. Is it called anywhere? Nav meter dot. No, I don't think so. All right, so we're gonna make this just an anonymous function. Put it there. Yes. Okay, we broke something. If these didn't, I don't want to screw around with that right now. All right. Okay, so all of that stuff is good. Window resized, yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, so the only thing we need to do now is... okay, so set target bubble ID. All right, so hidden prop. All right, so again, what do we have right now? Well, if we play in landscape mode, everything should be fine. Nope, never mind. Oh, yeah, okay. I knew that. I knew that. I'll go to the normal live populus.gg right now. Whoops. All right, so this is what it should look like in landscape mode, right? The bubbles off to the nav meter here telling you what bubbles to hit. And then, you know, they're swiping off screen, right? And then currently on the live site, there's no portrait mode resizing, anything like that. So we've got the portrait mode going now. So then if you go kind of to a portrait mode, this nav meter shows up on the side on top, right? So kind of like it rotates, you know, 90 degrees counterclockwise kind of thing. It doesn't, but that's kind of the idea. And yeah, there's a little bit of a snap because I've got it set to be slightly bigger just for phones. I think that would be a little nicer, like portrait mode, having this be a little bit bigger than the way it is. Anyway, but so if you play, well, it's kind of all screwed up. Actually, it's all screwed up, but all the positions and everything were all screwed up from up here if you started popping bubbles. None of this stuff is like swiping off to the side or anything like you would expect it to be. So we need to figure out how we're going to do that. And some of that should just be renaming these things. So it's going to be bubble or bubble.pose.y, hidden prop.y. So this would be hidden prop.dim and move to props.dim. Props, hidden prop. All right, so in theory, I fixed the normal game here. Yes. Okay, so the game is back to normal. Oh, boy. Oh, the ad. Okay, so we got a couple more things we got to fix. A couple more things. I keep getting surprised. I keep getting surprised by these things that I'm doing that I should not be surprised by because... Okay, prop. Okay, so this needs to be... Oh, prop.r, prop.y. Okay, so this should be prop.dim. And I think that's all we needed to do. So in normal landscape mode, everything should be back to normal. Yes, everything. Whoa. Everything's looking... Oh, my goodness. All right. I give up. Everything's looking pretty good. Anyway. Okay, so the other thing, let's just do it the way we did it for the resize. So we're going to just do a check, just like a if statement. If we're in landscape, if we're in portrait, then do this other thing. So, okay, so we're going to do canvas wrapper, oh boy, canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation question mark this. And then we're going to do then this dot nav. Okay, so X is going to be prop dot dim. And then Y is going to be this dot nav bubbles. All right, now I'm confused. Okay, so when you add called during on-demand bubbles, okay. This dot nav bubbles 0. Oh, okay. Okay, so then that would be Y. All right, that should be pretty straightforward. I hope. All right, so now as we add bubbles, that should be fine. As we add a bubble, as the server sends new bubbles down in a competitive game. Called during on-demand. Oh, actually, either way, yeah, either way. Then you, okay, so then we do a check. If we're in landscape or portrait mode, then we do something different. That should be good. Okay, so the other thing we needed to do is the set target bubble ID. Okay, so anytime we move something around, which would be here, hidden prop.dim. Okay, so this would be the only spot where we move it. So maybe we just do, let's just do something like this. Const bubble dim equals canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation question mark Y else X. This sounds like a really bad, sounds really kind of dumb, but then we just go here, and instead we're gonna go here and then there. Bubble pose, bubble dim. All right, is that the only spot we needed to care about that? I think so. Oh, the animations are still not gonna work. Okay, so, oh boy, move destruct, man. Nav bubble destructed Y. Actually, this could technically just get renamed to nav bubble destructed dim, because it's going to be the same x value and same y value. So let's find nav bubble destructed y, and we're going to rename it to nav bubble destructed dim. Find and replace makes it that much easier, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Okay. Reset values. Okay, so that's good. Move destruct anim. This dot nav bubbles. Okay, so that we need to do the check. We need to do a canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation question mark that. Yeah, this is. Whoops, this is fun. Colon this dot nav bubbles prev bubble. Ooh. Hold the phone. Don't need to do that. I forgot. Okay. Instead of, okay, so pose dim. What was it called? Bubble dim. Okay. All right, so the problem is the move animation. We're doing move to, but the move animation on the nav bubble is going to always be moving along the x-axis or the y-axis. So we have to like I guess for right now I could just do like an if statement in here. We should just do an if statement and then just do a check if this we're gonna have to import canvas wrapper, canvas gradient, what? Canvas wrapper, little c, canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation, then do this, else we're gonna do this dot pose dot x equals val. All right, I think we did it. Let's just try. Okay, so we're playing. And then we go to portrait. What in the... All right, that is completely wrong. I mean, it's better than... It's like going backwards or something. Okay, did I miss something? Because that's a possibility. We just straight up missed. Okay, so that's nav bubble. Oh, the move destruct. We need to do the same thing. Move destruct. Alpha destruct. Okay. Move destruct. Okay, so that should be good. Yeah, that part's actually the part that's good. We're just it's kind of screwed up. All right, let me. All right, let me try playing actually. All right, this is kind of hard. I'm playing on the phone, trying to make it work. All right. All right, so somehow when we switch to portrait mode, it's like the positions of all these things are switched around. And the thing that works is the swiping off. But the bubbles aren't coming up from their previous, like something happens. Like they all swipe weird. And maybe we can change, if we change the move animation, let's change it to 2 seconds. Let's change it and take a look. So now it takes 2 seconds for these to move. Let's see what it looks like there. Okay, so they all swipe in from the same position. That's the problem. The one flies off correctly, but these ones all come in from the wrong place. I guess what happens? Like our props aren't. Doesn't make any sense because they all literally come from like the same place. Let's make this like 5 seconds. Yeah, they all come from the same position. And it's like way off. It's like, oh, I guess it's, well, no, that's too far. That doesn't make any sense. All right, let's look at that then. So that's got to be in the nav meter. Okay, so whenever we do set target bubble ID, I guess. Just do this. Let's CLG nav this dot nav bubble props. Let's just do that real quick here. So when I pop a bubble, got an array of 4. So the dimensions are as follows: 321. This is in pixels, so 321 is the one up here. 435. 523, and then all the other bubbles are supposed to be at a position here, 594. That sounds about right. So now if we switch to portrait, we pop another bubble, then we'll print another copy of this array. There we go. So now we've got 218. So now this dimension is the x-axis. So 218, 295, 355, and 402. That sounds about right. 295. Does that sound about right? Or does that sound like two? Let's try it like this then, quick. So now it's 306, 306, 415, 306, 415. Yeah, it's about 100 something pixels, right? 499 and then 566. That sounds like it's got to be right. So if we make it really small, pop a bubble, then it is 107, 146, 175, 199. That seems right. That all seems right. So you know what it is? All it is a problem with the animation. That's what it is. The animation kicks it off from the wrong place. So I guess or wait, wherever we do the reset thing, where do we do that? Destruct, move to. Okay, it's got to be in the move to then, I guess. Bubble.move to, nav bubble.move to. I'm sitting too close to my space here. I'm getting a little hot. Move, okay, move anim. Move anim. Okay. You know what? You know what it is. You know what it is. The on tick function is not getting updated. That's got to be what it is. Because move to, yeah. Well, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, I got it now. I got it. Yeah, this.pose.y, that can't be right. So I guess we have to do move to dim, and then we're gonna say this dot or canvas wrapper dot landscape, do this, else this dot pose dot x. Boom, that's it. Guarantee you that is it. We're gonna be golden after this. All right, so everything's looking good. It's a little slow. I gotta change those animation times. That's actually kind of cool. It's not helpful at all, but it's kind of cool seeing it really slow. All right. So oh boy, that's not right. What in the world happened there? Oh, maybe because the animations weren't still done yet. Is that probably what it was? Yeah. Okay. All right. So that should never be a problem in real life. There we go. Uh-oh. Okay, now that's a problem. Wait. Now, the other interesting thing is, like, I feel like the thing going this way is kind of wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this doesn't feel right. I mean, it's maybe good enough for right now, but I feel like it feels like it should be going this way, going the other direction. All right, so why were the... Okay, so when, yeah, the animations are still running. That's weird. Why is it stuttery? Why is stuff like stuttery? All right, let's change this animation time back to 200 milliseconds really quickly here. 5 seconds is a really long time. All right, now let's shrink it down here. Now, the other problem is if you jump into a practice game, it doesn't show up until... Yeah. All right, let me try this. 2, 1, start the game, then go like that. All right, this is not too bad on the phone now. Not too bad. Could be better. But not terrible. All right, so okay. And then let's flip to portrait. Now, what could I do to actually like flip these around? That might actually not be too bad to do. Because they just get flipped by this axis, right? So I would mirror it. So I'd take half. So if you're at I would add like, let's say you're at 18 and I need to flip you around the line that's on 20, so it would be 22, right? So I need to get somehow from, so we do, I guess we could just do 20 minus 18 equals plus 20, right? So you would do the difference plus the thing to flip it, right? 20. So the middle line minus the halfway point minus, or the line that you're flipping against, minus that thing plus the middle point. Oof, but how do we know when we can do that? That's the problem. Yeah, everything's screwed up in the beginning. Nice. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna wrap the stream up for now. So we got some good stuff done today. I'm actually feeling relatively good about this. Yeah, not too bad. So, again, if anyone's out there new, I haven't plugged the game in a while, but we've been working on my game. It's called Populus. You can play it right now, populus.gg. So I put the link down there in the chat. And it's a game where you pop bubbles. So you can do practice mode, which is just a single player, or you click the play button. That's actually like a one-on-one game. But if you just do practice, you race one-on-one against another player popping the same bubbles. So you got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. And basically the bubble you're trying to pop, the bubbles are in here that you're popping, and then the first bubble you're supposed to pop is this one up here. So you pop blue, and you just keep going. Those bubbles on the right kind of shift, telling you which bubbles you're supposed to pop, and you just keep going. Oh, did I say you left click or you hit the space bar to pop the bubble? I prefer the space bar. So that's pretty much the game. You see your stats at the end, how many bubbles you popped, number of mistakes you made, pops per second. And then if you do one-on-one, basically you go head-to-head against another person popping the same exact bubbles, but you're popping your own copy of the same bubbles. So you'll at some point or another you'll see the same bubbles on screen, but you're just doing it at different rates. It's kind of the idea. And I've got a leaderboard now, so if you play any competitive one-on-one games, you could potentially go up on the leaderboard there. So that's Truyakski there, up there with the ridiculous 141 pops in 30 seconds. That's pretty crazy. So, yeah, we got some good stuff done today. I mean, for 7.5 hours, it really doesn't feel like a lot, but I think it actually wasn't too bad, because it's been some pretty nasty stuff. So we kind of refactored some code that was been around nasty and old for a while, and we got rid of that. And now we started implementing kind of this resizing portrait mode kind of thing, which is not too bad so far. Not too bad. It's semi working. And then what else did we do today? Oh yeah, I'll probably be pushing a new update of Populus tonight. So that means the leaderboards will go away. The current leaderboards will go away. And that new update just added in some server-side stuff for me to keep track of any. There's a potential bug that happens, and I'm not exactly sure what the cause is, but I've added in some little logging thing for me to be able to check every so often and see if maybe that bug did occur, or see if I know the reason why that bug is occurring. Because basically when you play a one-on-one game, sometimes, I've seen it twice now, where the client and the server kind of get out of sync. So the client thinks it's supposed to be popping this bubble, but the server says, no, you're not supposed to be popping that bubble. But there's no correction right now. Like the server doesn't say, oh, you need to do this. So it seems like that issue is caused from, it seems like the issue is being caused from possibly just some of the mouse input updates not reaching the server. So whatever that means, network loss, whatever. So I started kind of indexing every message that gets sent. So there's, it starts at 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Every mouse update that gets sent from the browser up to the server has a little integer, incrementing integer. And the server is also keeping track of that integer on its own. So it knows it's expecting message 17 from the mouse, from the player, but the player sent message 18. So where's message 17? What happened to message 17? So I basically have it log if it sees a case like that right now. And I'm going to basically just keep an eye on it throughout the multiplayer games that happen and just see if I can see some messages like that. And if we do, then I know how to put in a fix for that, or I can then proceed to put in a fix for that. Because the fix, I think, for now would be if the player, if the server expected message 17 but it got 18, it could maybe send a message to the player that says, hey, I need message 17 again. I didn't get it. and then the player could send message 17, and then the server could wait, and then once it gets 17, then it could continue processing messages from the client in order. That's kind of the idea. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I think that will be pretty cool. Wow, only 62 drop frames in a whole 7.5 hour stream. I like it. That's the lowest we've seen in a while. So, all right. Well, all right. I think I'm going to get out of here. I don't know if we're going to do a raid, but yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I always appreciate it, really do. Oh, I got a Discord as well. If anyone's interested out there, we got the Discord. It keeps popping up in the chat automatically thanks to Nightbot. But yeah, Discord servers out there. You know, you can watch the top. Triox, he did this 141, but he also did 155 in a different. You know, before I blew away that leaderboard, and you could see his video of him popping 155 per second, 155 bubbles in 30 seconds. You can see that the videos there on the Discord. There's a Populus section on the Discord and a high scores channel. But yeah, I stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's when I get started. So it's Tuesday. So according to the schedule, we're not going to be back here till February 22nd, next Monday. But it's possible I might do like a Thursday night stream. I do those every so often, and I like to try to do them a little more frequently, but they haven't really been happening. But it's possible I might be back here Thursday. But otherwise, for sure, we'll see you back here Monday. Yeah. So I think that's pretty much it. Thank you guys so much. Love you guys. We'll see you guys in the next one. Monday, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Or Thursday, maybe like 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. All right. Catch you guys later. Love you guys. See you guys.